У тебя форма есть?
Тебе для запекания?
Тебе для приседания. Попробуй. Вот так вот. И так.
Пробное занятие понравилось, но на абонемент копите накопительный ВТБ-счет.
Регулярно пополняй и накопишь на 16% быстрее.
А почему еще не в форме?
Крутим долг.
А копим быстро.
Откройте накопительный ВТБ-счет со ставкой 16%. ВТБ. Вместе все получится.
Куда приведет тебя спорт? К экрану? К любимой команде? Или в спортзал? К клавиатуре? На ринг? Или на стадион? Все пути открыты с чемпионат.ком.
Мы любим спорт за моменты драйва. Моменты впечатляющего мастерства. Моменты запредельных эмоций. За моменты, которые становятся историями. Мы соединили моменты спорта и истории, которыми они становятся. И все для того, чтобы делать спорт лучше.
Команда Fresh Racing в 2024 году стала по-настоящему международной. Мы проехали весь чемпионат OEDC и теперь врываемся в новый сезон RDS GP. Ищите нас во всех социальных сетях. До встречи на разгоне.
Таймап — это больше, чем дрифт. Это новая история. Это время первых.
Вот команда Таймап выходит на первый этап этого сезона.
Таймап. Дальше. Больше.
РДС Европа в Нижнем Новгороде. 6-7 июля. Автодром N-Ring. Высочайшая конкуренция и непредсказуемое противостояние. Билеты на сайте tickets.vdrifte.ru.
Level Kitchen безграничен. Level Kitchen безграничен. Level Kitchen вкус отличен. На уровень новый он, мы поднимаем питание. У нас все готово, продумано все заранее. На новый уровень, на новый level. Level Kitchen доставим где бы ты не был.
Happy New Drift, dear friends. Hello and welcome to the Leningrad Oblast and welcome to Igora Drive Motorsports facility, which is hosting the third stage of RDS GP 2024. For the fifth time, we are coming here to this beautiful autodrome, and for the first time, we are using it in reverse. I would like to say that we are not using it on purpose, but that would be wrong to say. This time the configuration is just reversed. This is for the second time in a row we do new configurations, even though the locations are all well familiar and loved by all of us. But now we're looking at the standings and there are lots of surprises. A rookie of the season, Artem Shabanov, representing Time Up, is leading the personal standings after two stages. He finished both of them on the podium. He's chased by Evgeny Losov, Arkady Tseregradzev and Grigory Gusev. And Damir Diaturin, the winner of the previous stage, is only on the 5th line. And this is exactly the magic of the new scoring system, because Damir Diaturin got kicked out in top 32 and got only 2 points for the second stage, but he got much more in the first one. The 9th is Maxim Grossman, then comes Sergei Kuznetsov, Anton Kozlov, Andrei Astapov, Denis Smigal, Nikita Shikov, Nikolai Gorkovenko, and Vladislav Popov is the 16th. Then you can read it by yourselves, but let me also remark there is an interesting thing that I would like you to know. The 2 first stages brought 2 triumphs, which we usually call 3 sticks in our drifting slang, which means teams podium, personal podium, and qualifying podium. The first one was the team with the longest name in our history, Evolution Yuka ADV by Одержимый Motorsport. Vlad Popov won the qualifying, Arkady Tseregradzev won the stage, and therefore the team also got a team's prize. The second is Fresh Racing, where Damir Diaturin got 100 points in the qualifying, winning the round, and also won the tandem runs. And these are the team standings after the first 2 stages. Fresh Racing is pretty far away from the other teams. In the previous years, it would look like a very, very confident advantage, but it doesn't look this way this year. Again, because of the new scoring system. Time Up is the second, then comes Takayama Forward Auto. They totally spoiled us. And the third line in the rating looks like a failure for this team, because they are reigning champions in the team standings, and their leader, Georgy Chevchan, won the 4th title of RDS champion in his career. Please also notice that the team, Evolution Yuka ADV by Одержимый Motorsport, after its triumph on this first stage, is now standing on the 5th line. Only one stage can change everything in the team's destiny, and I'm sure that we're gonna see lots of plot twists in the rest of the season. This is the qualifying task of Igora Drive. It is around 800 meters, 870 meters to be more precise. And this is what we're gonna do to see who's gonna win this round. This is the reverse configuration that we call from down to up, even though the drivers have to climb up and go down and then take the last takeoff closer to the finish. There are 5 sectors for the angle and style judges to be guided by. And once again, we've got a novelty this season. We don't have outside or inside clipping zones, only touch and goes. And please notice that the first and the last ones are more or less cheap. They cost only 2 points, but there is also Touch and Go 3, which is record-breakingly expensive. It costs you 5 points. It is a very important part of the track, because Touch and Go 2 and 3 totally determines the destiny of the driver. So this is gonna be very exciting. The most expensive sector by angle and the style is sector number 3, where the touch and goes are not the most expensive ones, but there are 2 transitions. And the success of the in the third sector is underlaid by the previous 2. Another innovation is the enumeration of all the touch and goes to make it easier for us to perceive. We've got 4th and 5th sectors. The 5th one is a little bit more expensive. The 4th is cheaper. There is only 1 touch and go zone, but it is very important to start accelerating out there. And this is what the drivers do. We've been studying very thoroughly how the drivers do it. And there are some really, really hard turns and twists. So this is gonna be exciting. There were some figures that surprised me and even puzzled me in a way, but I will tell you about it a little bit later. So now, for further observation, please notice that we've got only 1 deceleration zone between Touch and Go 5 and Touch and Go 6, and moreover, you are supposed to run through Touch and Go 6 in full throttle. There is the acceleration zone begins, and this green line is not really depicted very correctly here, but you will see it on the track. It begins immediately after Touch and Go 5, which means that in Touch and Go 5 you're supposed to go in a very deep angle and press the accelerator as hard as you can. And here is the panorama of our beautiful autodrome where we are, and the entry list of our participants. We've got 33 participants this time, which makes me especially happy. we've got two new teams, which also is worth noticing, because the drivers who take part in RDS Europe this year and who are taking part in the entire RDS Europe season have a right to take a part in one stage of RDS GP. That's a wild card, but it also has some certain conditions. Because, well, why not? Why not let them in? Some of them are rookies. For some of them, this is a comeback, like for Alexei Kozlov, who has been to RDS GP in one of the stages, on board of the same Cresta that you will see later. And one of the teams consists of one and only driver, Artyom Leitis. There are a lot of impressive things for us to see, and we've got a new team which is also pretty long, which is called Limark Yachnich Motorsport Winline team, and we've got a team of Predator Drift team, which consists of Alexander Abramov, Ilya Polishuk, and Alexei Kozlov. Ilya Polishuk, this is also come back to RDS Grand Prix, and the only rookie is Alexander Abramov. We've got two Kozlovs, two Abramovs this time, so we are gonna be very careful with the names. I mean, the first names, not to confuse you, our dear audience. It would be fun if they meet each other in tandem runs. I can't wait to see that. That's too bad that we cannot expand this pool of participants, because it would be very sad to send only one of them home. But, well, this is the way the things work. We've got only 32 vacancies in the next round, and we've got 33 participants. I hope that there are no double zeros, no technical failures, and we would really like to see the drivers compete for the next round. And it feels kind of funny before the qualifying. It's like we're back to 2021 when qualifying was pretty hard. And now, well, this achievement still matters a lot. We've already seen, and this season we have seen some really interesting situations in the qualifyings when a really cool run still doesn't guarantee you anything, because you can hit a very strong participant in the next round. And the same can be said about the middle position and the center of the bracket, where the extreme density is usually observed, and we've seen some really big 90-plus clubs in the previous qualifyings, and we've got more new partners of Russian Drift Series, which makes us especially happy, so let us dedicate a little bit of time to them. The general sponsor of Russian Drift Series Grand Prix is VTB PGSC. The official sponsor is the brand premium motor oil manufacturer iMol company. Thank you very much. We've got another official partner, the Linglong tires, that are very resistant to heavy-duty performance, a worldwide tire manufacturer from China. These are our partners. Apart from that, let us not forget about RDS Shop, which is the place where you can find your real style. If you don't know where your real style is, now you know where to go. It's very easy to find. Of course, it's available in the service park and in the spectator zone, and you can find it online, rdsshop.ru. Don't forget about that. You can shop online. This year, we also issue these magazines that are dedicated not only to RDS Grand Prix, but also to RDS Europe. There are special pages for autographs and a special section for children with different puzzles and coloring pages. And since I'm not a child anymore, I have some hard time solving those puzzles. That's really fun, so it's highly recommended. Now let's speak about food, our official healthy food, the Level Kitchen healthy food brand. Once you feel hungry, our friends from Level Kitchen have got a full food truck for you. You know where to find it. It's in food court. Moreover, there's another very interesting thing that we tried at Moscow Raceway this season, and we really loved it. Let me repeat. This year in the shopping zone, we've got the Yandex Food Lounge zone. You can order food immediately to your spectator stands. Use Yandex Food application, then you can show your current location and follow the instructions, and you will get your food served. We've got Drift Taxi and Drifting Academy available. You can use all these services while you're here at the Autodrome. Moreover, if you buy 2 taxi runs, you can get special limited edition pin that was released to commemorate the 15th anniversary of Russian Drift Series, because this is the Jubilee season. And there's only 1,500 because 1,500 stands for 15 years. All right, so we have already told you about the new driver who represents one whole team, Artyom Leitis. And we will see lots of rookies in the first group of the qualifiers. We've got 2 attempts for every driver as usual, and you're supposed to do them in your turn. In case of some technical failures, you can have your run rescheduled, but then you lose 1 attempt. But now I don't have any information about the so-called health group. Once I have anything to tell you, I will. But now let's wish all the drivers good health and failure-free performance. Artyom Leitis and his LS. This is his rookie season in the main drifting league of the country. And here we go. We can see his car storming off. This is our run-in area. It is basically combined with the Furidashi. This is touch and go 1. It was marked with the cones for the drivers to see it better, the only inner touch and go. And Artyom is already flying into the 2 transition area. 2 touch and goes are placed here in a row. You saw the full throttle area here. He ignored one of the touch and goes and lost 1 wheel outside. He will be penalized by our judges for sure. Now he's already in the last curve, in the last sector, reduces the angle to the smaller one, and now he finishes. Anyway, this looks like a productive run, so we still have a full pool of participants. We are not losing anyone, and this is not enough just to be productive here, because still we've got some minimal competition, but it is there. Now let's see what interesting things Artyom Leitis has done. He's our absolute rookie, and he was extremely happy to find himself among the other participants of RTSGP. Yes, he lost the touch and go number 6, losing 4 points because it looked like he lacked some speed in touch and go 5. And once he pressed the accelerator, he pushed himself inside. But you are supposed to kind of overspeed it a little bit and jump there with all the expression, with all the emotion, with a lot of drama, but he didn't do that. Here you could see that he made a line mistake in this curve where the uphill climb begins. But just look at these angles. He's very careful. I know why it happened. It happened because the judges do not really see that part of the track very well. This facility is very big. It's huge. And seeing the entire configuration from one spot is almost impossible, except for maybe if you have a balloon. But we don't have it. But if you are up there in the air on a balloon, you may turn into the toy of the nature, and anything might happen to you. It may get really dangerous. Anyway, so Artyom is not being penalized for this, but he is getting penalized for visiting the no-go zone, obviously. And there will be some deductions from the 100 points that you can get as a maximum. But it all depends on the replay. The judges are now watching the replays, and so are we. By the way, we forgot to introduce you the judges panel. We've got Vladimir Safonov, the style judge. We've got the angle judge, Anton Novikov, and the line judge, Stanislav Dolgich. These are our judges, our permanent judges panel that are with us throughout the season. I've got so used to them that I forgot to introduce them. It's good that I remember. As far as the speed is concerned on this track, then this configuration, just like Moscow Raceway in reverse, is a place where the maximum is reached closer to the end of the score section of the track. We usually see the maximum speed at the Furidashi area, but in Nizhny Novgorod and here it is not so. Moreover, in the classic version of Moscow Raceway, there is no maximum speed at the Furidashi. You reach it closer to the pin, closer to the end of the track. At the Furidashi, the speed of Artyom Leitis was around 95 kilometers per hour, which is not extreme, but it's quite enough. Another extremum of the speed was reached was 103 around touch and go 5, and this is where you're supposed to reduce that speed with the angle. Hello, our dear audience. Don't forget applying sun cream and lip balm. It is a little bit windy and it feels cool, but it's very sunny, so you can still get sunburned. But let me continue talking about Artyom Leitis. There is some reduction of speed to 75, and then the speed increase. And this is the result, which is represents the deductions. we can see the score for the line, for the angle, and for the style. A maximum is 30, 30, and 40, which gives you the maximum of 100 points. But of course, Artem Leitis is not getting the 100, but this is also his first run. And for the first run, this is quite a good result, 83 points. And now the next one would be Alexei Kozlov, representing Petropavlovsk-Kamchatsky from Predator Drift Team on board his Toyota Cresta. This is the participant who's been really eager to take part in RDS Grand Prix, and once he had a chance, he decided to use it to show his worth after 5 or 6 years. He took part in the Vladivostok stage in 2018. That's when we first met them. And since that time, Alexei Kozlov has been taking part in RDS Europe, and he's a prize winner of the series. But now, this is his first run on this stage of RDS Grand Prix. The first transition, which looks very good, they turn a clip, and here you cannot lose any speed, and Alexei nails it completely. Here he doesn't hang on the handbrake near the left edge of the track, but he still fails to collect 2 clips in a curve. And then this is the last transition, and wow, some corrections are on. Here you're supposed to accelerate really confidently and courageously. I can see some deductions in the style, but let us not jump to conclusions. First, let's see the replay and then wait for the decision of the judges. I really like the strategy that he is using while he's running on the very, very corner of this first touch and go, which is not a mistake. It is not, but it gains him some good speed. And for this reason, he manages to add more angle in the inner touch and go, which is not really required by the task of the judges. But the speed was also pretty good. It was 106 kilometers per hour, which means that the speed is really, really good. By the way, at the finish, I think he needed a little more speed, maybe 5 kilometers per hour more. It could make him better. Even though the speed doesn't influence the scoring directly, our judges definitely pay attention to that as well. As a person who has seen Alexei Kozlov quite a lot, I can see that this is totally his style. He's got certain specificity in his car, even though this is a Cresta. Basically, chassis-wise, this is a Nissan Silvia. It is. But this car, suspension-wise, has its own peculiarities. It is also the old generation Weissfab, so the car really loves big angles and doesn't like small ones. And this is what exactly we can see in his performance. And here we can see -4 for Touch and Go 6 that was missed. And I think that this is going to be a classical thing. Touch and Go 6 is perhaps the game changer for many of the drivers, but he's got not as many deductions as Artem Leitis. In the last sector, when there was a correction that looked pretty prominent from outside, there's only 1 point deduction for the angle. And this is 92.5, which means that the doors of the 90+ club are open, and it looks like we are just getting started. We are gonna see many more runs like this, and I'm sure that we're gonna see extremely intensive 90+ club. And let's continue meeting new drivers. Alexander Abramov and his unique car, Dodge Viper Predator, the car with its own name. And even though it is a non-canonic JZ for this kind of a vehicle, this car has lots of unique technical solutions, and I'm sure that we will have a chance to speak about it later. And now Alexander Abramov touches the white line as when he appears on the straight part of the track, and then he's got to collect the touch and goes in between the transitions. Then the angle is deep. Finally, someone does it. 2 touch and goes are collected very well, and now he's got to run through the last sector, the last curve, which he easily does. Here is the finish, and let's wait for the scores. As far as the technical part is concerned, this is a very interesting project because the suspension is customized. It's custom designed by the driver. This car loves different kinds of angles, because some cars prefer deeper ones, some cars like smaller ones, but this car is great in all kinds of angles. Just see how beautiful it is. Big angle, accelerator 1, and he still reaches the touch and go number 6 that is so hard to reach. And I really love the way he performs the judge's task, and he's been pressing the accelerator until the very finish. This is exactly what the judges were demanding the drivers to do. Yesterday, I was trying to use the GPS transmitter to measure the speeds and to compare it with my own observations, and I noticed that the start is located is more elevated than the finish, and therefore the racing track first goes 7 meters down, falling gradually down, and the lowest point is touch and go 5 and 6, and then an uphill climb begins, but it's not as prominent, approximately 3.5 meters, but it does happen, and the track is pretty short, and this is why for the driver it might feel like a very serious climb, but we are really climbing uphill out there. As far as Alexander Abramov is concerned, you can see that he is speeding up very confidently, but he doesn't cross the limit of 120 kilometers per hour at the finish. Yesterday, Arkady Tseregratsev showed us something really interesting, but I will tell you more about it later. Let's see the scores. 30 for the line, no deductions whatsoever. For the angle, it's 27, and 34.5 for the style. It looks like the judges have done some serious job. The third sector, with its transitions, caused lots of deductions, even minus 0.5 points for the fluidity and for commitment. This is a deduction made by Vladimir Safonov, the style judge, but I think it was because of the deceleration, because the speed between touch and go 5 and 6 was around 75 kilometers per hour. But nevertheless, this is a 90 plus, 91.5. So we've been criticizing him, but the final performance turned out to be very good. Congratulations to Alexander Abramov. We don't know where this border will lie, but something tells me that a 90-plus result still reserves you a place in the second act of our play. And this is the tutor of Alexander Abramov, Ilya Polishuk, who is back to RDS Grand Prix. This is an E95, which maybe doesn't look very fancy. But yesterday, Ilya Polishuk trained on board of this car in a very, very good way. We know that this is a very talented guy, very experienced guy, as the coach, as can sometimes be. He's been developing his skill as he's coaching other participants. He's collecting TG5, TG6, and after the last transition, he's coming to the last sector. But unfortunately, you can see that the right rear wheel is leaving the borders of the track. But the thing that matters is that going outside on the right is more or less safe. But near touch and go 4, it may bring you to some acrobatic tricks that are not very desirable. You can check out our news that we showed yesterday. It is all available on RDS TV. Here you can see that Ilya Polishuk throughout the yesterdays and the year before yesterday has been searching for the right settings, for the right adjustments and the right strategy. And it looks like he found the solution that ensures proper grip, because he was very worried about the grip, and now I'm also very worried about him and his score, because it looks like there's going to be quite a lot of deductions. He went through the no-go zone. It looks like the wheel was also outside for a while, and I never want to see such things. I always want everyone to be successful. I always want the drivers to keep the maximum from that 100 points, because I remind you that the drivers didn't gain scores, they're losing scores, because by default when you begin the qualifying run you've got 100 points, and then the judges deduct the points for every mistake, for every correction. In the lowest point of this speed was 76, which is on the edge, completely on the edge. And at the finish, the speed was 117, which is not a record-breaking speed, at least as far as I can see. The record-breaking speed was 128, and that was shown to us by Arkady Tseregratsev during the practice sessions. It looks like there's only one deduction for the line, for the wheels, and the third sector. It really hurts me to see what is happening there. And these figures even appear red, not pink to me. I really haven't seen such deductions before in the period of this graphics that explains the judging system. I think this is the first time when I see it. But this is not really Polishuk's style. And even though the total is not very brilliant, 87, well, is still 87. This is not something really bad. And this is the driver who made us all very nervous yesterday. First of all, he made his mechanics very nervous, but the mechanics turned out to be very strong and courageous, because yesterday his rear suspension was burnt to ashes. He got in a pit that we told you about yesterday, but the mechanics team nailed the job and he got back to the training, and now we can see him in the qualifying. Boris Abramov on his E92, made in the Baltics. Since that time, the car has been through lots of evolutions, and now finally it's perfectly fit, I hope. And oh wow, what was that? My heart just went boom, but Boris Abramov got back to the asphalt, which totally prevented him from another flight and another accident. Yesterday, lots of people said that he is somehow related to the Ural Airlines, and what he did yesterday really smelled like something aerial. Okay, let's see what happened. Let's study. Maybe I have a feeling like the pressure was wrong and the car was simply sliding, not drifting throughout the track. Oh, it gives me the creeps. And yesterday something similar happened to him during the practice sessions, and Boris Abramov made us all very, very scared, but finally he managed to steer his way from the wall. But here this line was really alternative. This is very far from what the judges require, and there were some wheels outside and a lot to deduct. I'm sure that our judges really like this process. By the way, for those who are watching us online, it looks sunny. And the weather forecast is very good because it's St. Petersburg and you know how rainy it might be sometimes. But it's only plus 16 points, plus 16 degrees centigrade. The temperature of asphalt is plus 34 degrees centigrade and the wind is 7.9 meters per second. Yesterday night, the wind got much stronger. And one of the victims of that wind was the tent of Takayama Forward Auto. We showed you the consequences in our news. You can also see it. I'm sure you've seen it on our social media everywhere, what happened to the beautiful tent that they erected and how it was ruined. And I also saw the process. I saw this huge tent simply flying into the air and then going upside down. And I'm sure that the team members almost had heart attacks. That was very, very scary to see. Now we're gonna take a small break in between the runs because the track needs to be cleaned. It's very important because there is a lot of gravel on the road and it can be dangerous for the further participants. It can spoil the grip. And it can be just risky. Moreover, these gravels, the little rocks and stones and pebbles, can fly into the audience. This is why we have special services that watch the condition of the racing track. So sometimes, from time to time, we may take these little breaks, but we haven't. But I hope that we don't see any accidents like that anymore. This was an unchaseable run, even though it didn't look like complete loss of all the four wheels. One wheel was still in, but there were too many mistakes to imagine an intent of drifting here. And let me explain why it is an unchaseable run. Because if there was someone chasing him, he would be very likely to crash into that wall. It would be very bad because you are always shadowing your leader and you're running behind, and your leader is your clipping point. And even if Boris Abramov could push himself away from the wall, I'm afraid that the chaser would crash. Yesterday, during the practice session between the Lukoil Racing Drift team drivers, when Grigory Gusev angled down and the inner touch and go, his chaser, Denis Sarkaput, had to let the accelerator go and he crashed into the wall. Thanks God the wall was soft and it embraced his car. And Denis Sarkaput wrote on his social media that I found the wall where no one has ever found it. But I am not seeing any extreme speeds in Boris Abramov. So perhaps it was about the grip. It was not about the speed, it was a matter of the grip. And here you can see that the sun is hiding, and I don't know what will happen with the temperature of the asphalt. But it looks like the condition of the grip may be changing, and the drivers will have to take it into account, because it all depends on how your tire can grip on the asphalt, on the surface. Because once the clouds begin, it gets colder and the wind appears. But here is Evgeny Spirin from Novosibirsk on board his Toyota Supra A8, and he's preparing for his first run. Yesterday he trained very intensively. Everyone except for Alexei Vakhtin, who had to spend a lot of time with his mechanics, but I will tell you about it later. There have been some contacts, but unlike Nizhny Novgorod, these guys didn't really ruin it for themselves. So I hope that they show something much better than they did in the previous stage. Here's the transition. It's very important not to get stuck on the left edge. He collects TG5, TG6, and wow, it looks like the Supra A80 doesn't really want to do the transition, but the last one was sharper. Even though the judges don't require it to be very sharp, this is what we like style-wise. Sharper transitions always look more committed. So Evgeny Spirin is gaining confidence on board that new vehicle. He couldn't make friends with the 180 SX that he's been driving last season, so he decided to switch to the Supra, which he really likes. They seem like a nice pair. Anatoly Sherbak, for example, after trying this car, he said that it wouldn't be the right vehicle for him. But Anatoly does have some special preferences and has a special idea of what a car should be like. And I think that no one would be able to drive his cars, and he also cannot borrow cars from anyone else because he's got his own preferences. In replay, you can see that the transition was very, very good here. Here, after touch and go 4, he adds more angle. But, you know, the worst thing about it is that he couldn't find the key to the third sector. Touch and goes 5 and 6, because the speed in between these sectors fell to 70 kilometers per hour, which is unacceptably low. Here, one time after another, Evgeny makes one and the same mistake, which is quite a serious mistake, and the judges also mentioned it, because when you arrive at touch and go 5 with middle angle, increasing it in touch and go 6 is not right, because you're losing a lot of speed, and for the chaser it would be a serious problem to tackle, because this is a very dynamic area and the chaser is always going slightly narrower, and therefore he needs some smooth and equal and even speed of the leader. But here the speed falls by 30 kilometers per hour. It would make it very hard for the chaser to handle. Also, there were some wheels outside, and of course the judges will make their deductions, but this still looks better than the first run of Boris Abramov, unfortunately. But that's a fact, because any productive run would be better than a 0. It would be better than Boris Abramov's run, unless Boris Abramov shows something better in the second run. And this makes a total of 84.5. By the way, when the drivers show any kind of result, we are happy, and they are happy. And I think that we haven't seen anything below 80, which is great. Artyom Leitis, representing Limark Yachnich Motorsport Windline team. Yes, finally I memorized this name, and I said it out loud without looking into my notes. And I can see Artyom Leitis smiling back at me. Okay, so we're about to begin the second run of Artyom Leitis. Let's go. Together with Artyom, we're running through the track, and we're already in touch and go 1. And now the only either touch and go, and the angle was increasing so much that I felt uncomfortable at some point. And now, in the meanwhile, Artyom Leitis is doing one transition after another, and he is breaking into the area where the angle is supposed to be big, and he pushes away from the right edge of the track, and there's only one transition left to do. And here it looks like he wanted to increase the angle, but Artyom was keeping his car under control, and he successfully crosses the finishing line. But it looks like there is no very serious improvement this time. But let's check it out. Now let's compare the two runs. Yes, really, angle-wise, there was some excess in the second run, indeed. To my personal opinion, this smooth drift from TG3 to TG4 was better, and the line in zones 5 and 6 was also slightly better. Here, the angle looks a little bit improper, just like what we see after the transition. It looks like this beautiful SX, which has a nickname, the Yolk, the yellow one, if you translate it into English, even though it's not yellow anymore. It was trying to get some improvement. You can tell that Artyom Letis was trying to make it more aggressive and risky, and the SX would tell him, no, bro, you are not right. And this is where these corrections come from. And this angle, which was supposed to go down from middle to small, there were all those fluctuations that prevented him from doing a proper acceleration. So his speed, his maximum speed, was around 105 kilometers per hour. And that's too little, because the task says it's got to be higher, because this movement of the leader would be more convenient for the chaser. It's very hard to climb up that hill thinking that you might crash into the leader. And that might be just dangerous. It will keep you back. It will hold you back. It won't let you unleash all the potential of yourself as a driver and your vehicle as well. So therefore, the judges will be very serious about it, and they will be penalizing the drivers for such performance. So Artyom Letis didn't really manage to do everything he wanted, but let's remember that this is his rookie stage in RDS Grand Prix, and everyone, every living being has nerves. That's what we say every time, and Artyom Letis has really done a very good debut, especially in the third sector. Minus 1.5, minus 2 for the fluidity, for the commitment, but the line was all perfect. No wheel loss, nothing. On replay, you could tell that the wheel was still on the track. It hasn't crossed the white line. And regardless of all the adventures of Artyom Letis, and we will study these numbers more, we will see 30, 25, and 35, which makes a total of 90. Yeah, so we've got an improvement. And many of the drivers from the first group are showing us a 90-plus score. One of them is Alexei Kozlov, who is about to do his second run right now on board his beautiful Toyota Cresta, a unique car, because you can tell that it may be a little bit more traditional under the hood, but just look at these handles, the Porsche type. Good. So the devil is in the details. Alexei Kozlov from Petropavlovsk-Kamchatsky and his Toyota Cresta on the first line. On the second run, the first run was more than productive, 92.5, and now he's already making a transition, which was not very sharp. Here it looks more fun, and now he's supposed to press the accelerator after touching go 5, which he does. And here, very precisely, he pushes away from the right-hand edge of the track, and the last sector is left. And oh, but well, you know, even if in the first run we could see some emphasized corrections, very obvious corrections, now this drift looks smoother, even though there were some little drawbacks. Looking at the angles that Alexei Kozlov is showing, I think that he might have a very movable, very mobile neck, very good neck mobility. And also zones number 5 and 6 are really nice. I mean, touch and goes number 5 and 6 are very nice. I wonder what was happening with the speed there. But as far as the general dynamics are concerned, that was very impressive, very spectacular. And the speed, the minimum speed was around 80 kilometers per hour, which is a good result. And for you to understand it better, 70 is too little, 80 is better. 10 kilometers per hour can make a very big difference in such a small, such a short track. 10 kilometers per hour is a huge difference. This is like jogging and galloping. This is a very big difference. Sometimes a difference of 2 or 3 kilometers per hour can take you to a collision with your opponent, and 10 kilometers per hour is dramatic. So 80 kilometers per hour is super good. It's cool, it's great, and I am now very happy for Alexei Kozlov. The maximum speed that we have seen this far was 85. And by the way, the tire is 265 because we've got only one tire wide this far. I had a feeling that this was a successful run. I can see that the judges still have some doubts, at least looking at how long it takes them to score the run. But in case of any doubt, the performance should be interpreted in favor of the driver. This is the way our judging system works. And yes, this is what we see. No deductions for the line whatsoever. But then there are some for the angle, for the commitment, and the fluidity. Especially this sector number 3. Once again, minus 4.5 points. And the last one, you can see that the style was also a reason for deduction. But, this is the same 90 points that Latest had, so there is no improvement. 92.5 remains the best performance of Alexei Kozlov. He is still the leader of the qualifying round, even though this is very conventional because there are 4 more groups to go. There's another guy who's got 90-plus performance in the first run. That's Alexander Abramov and his Dodge Viper. Here they are already waiting for the command to be off. Dodge Viper, driver from St. Petersburg. I know that he's preparing another Dodge Viper with a V8 with 2 turbochargers. So the technical plans of this driver are very ambitious. This far, he is planning to run through this second attempt of the qualifying round of RDS-GP. And some improvement is necessary. Yesterday, lots of questions were asked about this part of the judge's task, but now it all looks very harmonic. Let's see what Alexander can do this time. I'm almost sure we're gonna see him in top 32. And this is the transition into a deeper angle. And it looks like he's a little bit late, but still he presses the accelerator pedal as he runs towards the last sector. And here it looks very generous angle-wise, but in the last touch and go, I don't really know what I've just seen. But what I would like to point out and to draw your attention to, the smoke that is appearing from the rear wheels. It looks like there's very, very little smoke, even though the power, the capacity of the car is 700 horsepower. This means that the reduction is very well adjusted. It means that the car is pushing off the asphalt in an efficient way. Moreover, some of the participants in these configurations begin the run on the 2nd or 3rd gear, and then in the process they switch to the 4th. In the places, in the moments where it is necessary, when you need some greater revolution rate of the wheels. You could just see it very well from above. It's very interesting for us to see and very useful for the judges. And here you can see all the details of a carbon Kevlar that the Dodge Viper is made of. These technologies would be unthinkable for the original creators of the Dodge Viper. Because, you know, these guys made this body of some incredible materials, just whatever they could find. This is the later version of the car. This is not an ultra high-tech either. But what we see now is a much higher tech than we saw before. But this is about the structure of the car. It's basically a frame structure, a more archaic, and it made it possible to create the body kit that looks like this, that looks like this beautiful. But if you find any car that originally looks like a sports prototype, then, well, why not use it? And this Viper and any other car of those RDS Euro participants can easily pass all the technical scrutiny. Inspection, we have discussed it with Sergei Sivaplosov, our technical scrutineer, and I asked him, do you have any questions, any remarks about the cars? And he says, no, all these cars are perfectly suitable for RDS-GP. TG10, yes, definitely, -2 was obvious. Alexander Abramov skipped it. But this is a very confident, even though not flawless, run. let me remind you once again that this is a rookie stage for this driver. He had some deductions for the angles in the third sector only. Well, interesting. Also, it doesn't really involve the transitions, which means that Anton Novikov did see some violations. And this is 89.5 for the second run. Unfortunately, there is no improvement. 91.5 points is the final result. But, well, this was reasonable risk. The reasonable risk that many of the drivers take in their second runs. So, but now the student is better than his teacher. Ilya Polishuk had only 87 points in the first run, but now he's going on his second attempt. It's in touch and go 4. There was a very little angle. It was 29 degrees only. Okay, in the meanwhile, Ilya Polishuk on board his E92. The wow factor is very low. He's extremely close to clean look. But it is all compensated by the skill of the driver, who is now running to the third sector and remains within the track. And now there is another transition that he's got to complete, which he does. The last sector, and yes, this is the finish. And he runs very close to the white line. This is quite an even, stable run. Maybe not the fastest ever, but the first one wasn't as fast as well. But, you know, the mystical thing about Ilya Polishuk, at least what I noticed during the practice run, when he was the leader, everyone was running very close. And when he was the chaser, he was keeping up with everyone. This is not magic. Well, this is more about skill. Because when a person is complying with the task, when the angle is deep, of course, the speed is less. But when you are the chaser, you can sacrifice the angle and you get faster. And Ilya is using his experience. He's got huge experience in tandem drifting, and this is where his technique comes from. But we continue enjoying these beautiful replays, and I would like to praise our cameramen and the drone operators, because this is really, really magic. It looks amazing. They are doing an amazing job, for sure, because it really requires a lot of manipulations to track every car in such a way. And we can see that there is not less smoke, but there are no slots like the Viper has, because some of the drivers like making the slots to make the smoke flow from everywhere, and they design special body kits. But this one is very close to the stock. So the smoke comes from wherever it can. And as far as Ilya Polishuk is concerned, it always makes me happy when a driver comes back from the junior series. I think it would be very good for him to remind himself that he can be competitive, that he can be competitive at such a high level in such a championship. It's always very good to see. Now let's hold our fingers for Boris Abramov. But now Ilya Polishuk in the total is 90.5. Yes, there is an improvement. Still 1 point less than Alexander Abramov had, so I'm still comparing the student and the teacher, because why not? Because I could see all that fury Boris Abramov was burning out his tires with. After Nizhny Novgorod, we said a lot about Linglong tires. These tires are very different from the previous ones. But after the 2 previous stages, the drivers say that they really like this tire. This is not only the grip that they value, it's more about the stability. And these tires are really more stable. And Ilya Polishuk really loved it. He told me it was cool. I hope that it helps Boris Abramov as well. What a weird Furidasha. Is the car okay? And the speed is also very low. I hope that he can get at least something to the finish, but it looks like the car doesn't want to go anywhere. It's totally lacking inertia, and once it came back, it is still not enough in the final sector. Come on, come on, come on, and oh, he's missing it all. He's missing 2 touch and goes in the last sector only. So if there is any score left, it will be very, very little, but lots of deductions. A great harvest of deductions this time, and also there was a handbrake in the inner touch and go, which is absolutely not needed there. Maybe a little bit for stabilization, but that was definitely too much. But he presses the accelerator after touch and go. It looks like the engine is losing power. Can be, that is possible, But let us not try to guess. Let's just ask the team, and I'm sure that they will give us all the information, and we will definitely share it with you during the pre-race show. We will try to share all the information that we collect. But now I feel really worried for Boris Abramov. I understand the specificity of the race, and this is what the competition is about. This is what a competition is. Someone has to win and someone has to lose. And we knew that we would have to say goodbye to someone after the qualifying. And it looks like we've got one candidate to say goodbye to, no matter how sad it sounds. And we know that there are lots of things that can happen. There could be double zeros and mechanical failures. Anything can happen. But compared to his group mates, Boris Abramov doesn't really look well. This is what I can tell. We're watching lots of replays together with the judges, but we can see him missing all the clipping points. Just missing touch and goes 9 and 10, and he missed them just because he didn't have enough speed, and he didn't have enough speed because he didn't have the grip. And let me remind you that yesterday Boris Abramov, in the middle of the day, totally ruined his rear suspension. And by ruin, I mean that all the subframes, the drivers, the stands, the everything, the springs, everything was destroyed. Everything related to the left rear wheels was just burned to ashes. And his mechanics managed to bring it back and fix it within one day, and he even got back to the practice. But I guess it wasn't possible to bring it back to perfection. And this is what can be holding him back, and this is what can be affecting the behavior of the car. Maybe after such an adventure, because that was a very serious shock, the car simply jumped up 1.5 meters, and we all recalled Ivan Palmin in Kazan in 2022, when he also caught on the border of the track at the Furidash, and he did the same, but with the other wheel. And we can see the scores, and there is something. And this is 80. This is 80 points. Okay. You know, when I was trying to imagine the possible border, we know that the major part of the drivers usually hit the range from 80 to 90 points, and this is where the competition is the most intensive. And now Boris probably got the minimum, but would it be enough? This is what we don't know. And now Evgeny Spirin from VS Team Car X, he had 84.5 points, which is a great reason for him to improve, but it looks like this is not happening. It looks like this is a mechanical problem, because it cannot be explained by any action of the driver. And the right wheel looks funny, or maybe I can be mistaken. But let me remind you that on Thursday, Evgeny Spirin had some transmission problems. His third gear was off, completely off. And it looked pretty similar to what happened right now. But no, the car gets back to life, and it's drifting, maybe some sort of misshift. But, you know, this is still a zero. And I think that I need to ask what happened to him anyway. So 84.5 points, and he is fifth this far. And this is the final result that will be recorded in the protocol. And now Boris Abramov is still in the lowest line of the rating. And now we are ready to proceed to group number 2. And I remind our audience that you have a chance to order food to wherever you are. Real food. So just use your Yandex Food application, then you pin your location, and then your application will tell you what to do next. And now here's Vladislav Yerofeev coming up. He will show us how he understands what the judges told him to do. This is his Nissan 370Z, built by Одержимый Motorsport. And right now we will see what he can do. The well-familiar silhouette of the Z, glorified by Arkady Tseregratsev, and Vladislav Yerofeev, who has a very good contact with the vehicle. From the very first stage, he's been driving this car very confidently, and this is his rookie season. These are very broad, very confident and sharp transitions, some little corrections in TG5 and TG6, and then he begins accelerating as he's climbing uphill. The last transition to sector number 5, and he began reducing the angle, breaking the line as well, and it looks like he's gonna lose a lot of points for the line. But the devil is not in the details here. The devil is in the speed. And I just noticed the way he went through TG4. Now this is TG3, and here is TG4. It's very close. You are not supposed to go deeply into it and then immediately go to the transition. But due to this broad and rich, generous movement, it held him back. And only after that he made the transition. And this is the reason why he didn't have enough space to bring his car into TG5 and TG6. It was noticed by our judges at the briefing. Here in the first and the second touch and goes, the line was perfect, no questions whatsoever. And then we see touch and go 3, yes, check. And then another transition. And then he's been waiting for a very long time before he made a transition to touch and go 5. And this is an important moment because the judges told the drivers not to wait by touch and go 4. You touched it, just let it go to the next transition. And then if you do it fast enough, if you go into deeper angle before touch and go 5, then you can open up fastly and don't get stuck in that pocket that you find there. And then your run would be nice and rhythmic and beautiful. And in the last part will be also very good. But unfortunately, it didn't happen. And the speed loss was also very serious, because in the point where he was supposed to speed up, the correction made him lose the speed. And therefore, the finishing speed was only 108 kilometers per hour, while 120 is required. And Arkady Tseregratsev spoiled us with his 130. He totally shocked us with that. We spent around 30 minutes just comparing the diagrams of Arkady Tseregratsev and other participants, and no one could get any close. Maybe Maxim Grossman was a little bit closer, but that was only one. So this is the score of Vladislav Yerofeev for the first run. It is 83 points, 83-90 range that we told you about. And this is where the most intensive competition will be taking place. Those who go below 80 will be perhaps out. Anton Dmitrienko almost got out because his engine broke during the training sessions, but the engine was replaced. He hasn't practiced enough, but we believe that this driver from Irkutsk has enough experience to help him. And he is also very well charged for good performance, because after such manipulations, your emotional state, your state of mind matters a lot. Here, let's see what he does with the transitions here. Here you're really supposed to go closer to the right edge of the track, and he collects TG6. And here he is not getting too much carried away with the line. He immediately jumps off to the opposite transition, and he ignores the two last clips. So the judges begin the interpretation. But what we can tell, the TG2 problems began long before. At this moment, just notice it. He slowed down, the car got stuck and went to a very broad line. It seemed surprising that he reached touch and go 3 after that, because if you miss touch and go 2, it's very unlikely that you reach touch and go 3. And it looks like the rear wheel was blocked, and then Anton remembered about it and pressed the accelerator, but that was too late, and it will definitely affect his final score. What is also interesting, as far as I can understand the physics of the entire process, this handbrake pull slows the car down even more than when you press the clutch, when your wheels are rotating trying to get the grip on the asphalt. And this contradicts the judge's task absolutely completely. I think that this is not an unchaseable run. This is not the matter. but we shouldn't expect anything very high here. Something similar was done by Vladislav Yerofeev, and yes, 2 clips are missed. Exactly, or maybe even 3, or not. The speed of Anton Petrienko at the finish was 119, which is not bad. But before 5 and 6, near touch and go 6, the speed was 70 kilometers per hour, which is now the minimum limit, the minimum extreme. That is, it contradicts the drifting etiquette, let's say so. It is just improper. Once you leave the starting curve, Anton had the speed of only 75 kilometers per hour, which is very low compared to the 100 that you could have. And as a result, the lack of speed brought him to some extreme actions. You can see that there is -3 for commitment in sector number 3 alone. And in the first sector, there's also commitment deduction. Even though it's very small, very short sector, there is still a loss of 1 point. And then it goes on. These are the handbrakes, the handbrake pulls. This is exactly what he brings him to this commitment points loss. And the fact that he used the handbrakes, he uses the style score. 22, 26, and 32 looks pretty fine, and this makes a total of 80. Hello, Boris Abramov, you are now on the same line, and everything now depends on the second run of Anton Petrienko. And if he gets something more than a 0, he will outrun Boris Abramov. And the next one to come is Alexei Vakhtin from VS Team Car X Supra A80. And this is the first run. He represents the town of Leninsk-Kuznetsky. Here's the run in, and now here smoothly he gains the angle. Someone said that this is not Furidashi, this is too smooth, but well, this is the way it is. It can be like that as well. He's already in the third sector, collecting touch and go 4, and then get back and back and back, and he presses the accelerator and the smoke begins to flow. And we will see the replays to see what happened in those touch and goes. And now together with Alexei, we are storming into the last 5th sector. And it looks like he still holds the car within the limits of the track. And even if one wheel slipped out, it was already after the finishing line. The run looked pretty okay, especially the last part. And I still worry about that unfortunate third sector where the judges put lots of technical details and technical things. But, well, it makes sense because this is a competition. And this is the top league of Russian drifting. So, of course, it has to be challenging. But what we could see yesterday in the practice sessions, it looks like Alexei Vakhtin gave up his previous style of big and deep angles, but now he's back to it. And his angles were deep everywhere where they had to be big, and the angles were middle everywhere where they had to be middle. There were some corrections, but speed-wise, there is no considerable loss, even in that minimum point in TG6, which is geographically the lowest. The speed is also the lowest, but this is quite normal. It's 73 kilometers per hour, nothing record-breaking, and at the finish it was around 120, a little less. So this is pretty average, which in this situation should be considered as an advantage. This is a success, I would say, because let me remind you once again, 80 plus points is your target to be qualified for top 32. Of course, we would love to see a 90 plus, and we would like to see such good drivers in the top of the qualifying protocol. But, well, you know that things happen, and now here and now the main task is just to qualify. But I really don't agree with what I see on the top. It says Tiha, it says quiet. No, we don't want anyone to be quiet. We want everyone to make a lot of noise and cheer and be happy. So we're now waiting for the score of Alexei Vakhtin. It looks like they are watching another replay. And we are all very curious. We are all very curious because it depends. It determines the final result. Okay, so here is the replay. This is what the judges wanted to see. I think it's touch and go 6, and the judges want to check whether he was out or not, whether he got the TG6 But now in this situation, I think that all the questions were removed and some points have been deducted. Plus, I think that they wanted to check the one wheel outside here after the finishing line it was. Yeah, let's see it once again. Yes, he pressed the accelerator on time, yes, totally. And some drone racing, as you can also observe. We used to have one, now we have two. Perhaps there is a drone nest somewhere nearby. All right, so here is the result. 22 for the line, 2 deductions for the wheels. 1 deduction for the wheel, I'm sorry, 4 points for the wheels. And then for the angle, there is some serious penalty brought out by Anton Novikov in Sector 2 and Sector 3. Alexei Vakhtin is losing a lot of points for the angle and for the style as well. We can tell that traditionally the third sector is -5 in style, but I'm sure that we will see lots of deductions like that. And this is 78.5, and this is where the suspense begins. I can hear the Beethoven's C minor symphony. Da-da-da-dum. Yes, something needs to be done about it. And now Denis Sarakaput will show us what he's worth. Before this stage, he moved back to Vladivostok, I mean sports-wise. And this is BMW 92 by Lukoil Racing Drift Team. Yesterday, he wasn't really lucky. But today, he looks as though he hasn't even crashed the wall. But before crashing into the wall, he showed some good practice sessions. But now let's see what he can do right now. This far, everything is more or less good. One transition, another one. Oh, whoa! That smelled like kiss the wall. But then the smell went away, and the last sector on the agenda, and what a huge correction! What happened there? Was it the brake? And the smoke began to flow from underneath the front wheels. And I feel a lot of doubt, because it looks to me like something dramatically changed on the track. Maybe this is a matter of the weather, or maybe debris on the asphalt. And Denis skipped a lot of practice yesterday, and this is maybe the reason why he doesn't feel at ease. It looks like the cars just don't want to run. It looks like the drivers are doing everything the way they usually do, but the results are unexpected. This is the impression that some of these runs make on me. Or maybe this is the problem of the habit. Maybe some habits haven't been established. Or maybe sometimes the drivers feel like experimenting, because you never know. And it's hard to explain when your heart feels like doing something different, because there is such a thing. And now probably Emmanuel Kant will be smiling at me, like the inertia of cognition. Inertia of cognition, you have finished the training, but you still continue analyzing, and you feel like you understand it better, even though there is no proper basis for that understanding. But this understanding can lead you to the solutions that don't work at the end. So it means that you need to know when to stop, when you stop the reflection and the analysis. So, and if for Denis it could be positive as far as the run was concerned, maybe that analysis that he made and the last-minute changes that he introduced finally brought him to this, what we just saw. In poker, there is a good expression, the leveling, when you kind of overthink something. Oh, wow, yes, we continue our hats parade. Yes, I'm loving it. Oh, oh God, this is the Tsar. And I think I know who you support. Yeah, exactly. This was the right guess. This is the real Tsar. I'm sure that lots of people will want to take a picture of the Tsar with the Tsar. Okay, but let's get back to Denis Sarakaput and his run, even though it doesn't really feel like. But what I was really amazed, at the angle and then the speed, which was only 70. And this is still 82.5. So he is in the safe zone, and nevertheless, no matter what just happened. Okay, Anton Klimko. By the way, after yesterday practice, he also deserves lots of compliments from the judges for various aspects, including the speed. So now let's see what he can show us now. He's got a picture of Andrei Naumov on his car. You remember our judge. And this is his F22 and some small angle fluctuation. We can see it very well from the camera. And here's the transition, and not flawless as well. It looks as well that the car doesn't want to run, or maybe I can see the things that are not really there. But now Anton Klimko is making a transition for one but last time in this run, and this is the last sector, and he's drawing a line exactly along the edge of the track without violating it. So that's very, very, very nice, a very nice finish. So people have been drawing these white lines and then he begins erasing them. Okay, whatever, I'm just kidding. Maybe it was not the most beautiful first sector, and especially second touch and go that was simply missed out, which makes a deduction of 3 points. And then it looked very well here in the big angle of the touch and go. Then he reduces it to the middle, and then he continues running to complete the judge's task. The last curve is really well. It's really beautiful. And here I think that the commitment is also very nice. It looks like the F22 just was naughty at a certain point, and this is why the driver had to take some actions. You can tell it when the car began straightening out for no obvious reason, and the speed also fell. It fell below 70 kilometers per hour. But what is normal in there? What is normal is, once again, I will be recalling Arkady Tseregradzev. Hello, by the way, Arkady Tseregradzev, can't wait to see you. The speed was more than 70, but you see, this is a point where you wouldn't expect a big difference in speed, but everything below 70 causes some suspense. If the speed is below 70, you raise your eyebrow saying like, why? What is it? It's because some of the participants just overdo the angle. It is supposed to be middle, but the angle of many drivers is over 60. And the task says, don't angle down and touch and go too. But we see the opposite thing very, very often. But this is a beautiful fourth sector in touch and go 7. No penalization whatsoever. And the second one, the fourth one also looks pretty well. He lost only 2 points, which is maybe not a grandmaster kind of performance, but still very, very good. 27-27, and this is 90 plus, 90.5. Very good. Congratulations, even though yesterday Anton Klimko had an engine problem. Now he's back. But this is only the first run, and there is obviously some space for improvement, and we can tell what exactly he has got to improve. Now we are ready to proceed. This is Ilya Popov. He's standing on the line, and now he's already behind the line on that side where he's supposed to be. Ilya Popov and his Z number 22, representing Evolution Yuka ADV by Одержимые Motorsport. And it's good that I managed to say it out before he finished the run. And now he's already in the third sector. Whoa, this is very good. I think that he trained with Gotcha for a reason yesterday. And he says the fourth sector and the fifth one. And he is showing some very beautiful performance. Minimum gap from the white line. And it looks like this is a 90 with a very big plus. Now I'm updating the Drift Dynamics page because I really want to see the diagrams, because I'm really wondering about the speed. Here he presses the accelerator at the right moment. And one of the brothers has already won the qualifying stage. Of course, the other one wants to be just as good as the other one. But this does look like something serious. But one wheel was outside, I think. But last year, also the rookie won the qualifying. The weather was absolutely disgusting. But this was when Timofey Dobrovolsky got his first qualifying trophy. But no miracle whatsoever. It is still 70 kilometers per hour. It's too bad I cannot show it to the audience. But we can see. The blue line is Arkady, and the red one is Ilya Popov. and the deviation appears only in the last sector, where Arkady was faster than anyone else, because this is perhaps his aerodynamic solution. We showed it in the social media. It can really give him a lot of additional speed. But Ilya showed a very, very good run. A little more than a year before, the Popov brothers came to our championship, and they just brought their new cars to the first stage, and they looked very, very sad at first. They didn't really look well, but just look how fast they progress. This is a huge progress, and it is so delighting to see that every year we don't only have rookies, but we have rookies who are competitive, 2 who are progressing within a very short period of time. It is always great to see, and it also proves the level of the championship. It proves how strong the championship is. The temperature is still the same, but it's getting windier and windier. It's now 15.4. The asphalt temperature is 41.3, and 20 degrees centigrade is the air temperature. But let us not forget such a thing as the habit, and also the amount of debris that accumulates on the asphalt. But Linglong tires, we also managed in Nizhny Novgorod, these tires are not very grippy. This tire is not really leaving a lot of debris. Yes, there was one wheel outside, which is -2 points, and the other 2 deductions for the angle, 2 deductions for the style, which makes a very, very good run, a very nice one. So this is nevertheless a new leader of the qualifying, 28, 29 and 38, and this is a total of 95 points for Ilya Popov, and congratulations to himself and his team. Evolution Yuka ADV by Одержимые Motorsport, 95 in the first run. This is close to those Grandmaster performance. Of course, if we with 95 points in Nizhny Novgorod, you could simply get lost in the crowd, but it is really impressive. Vladislav Yerofeev hasn't got a 90-plus performance yet, but you always can get it, and this is also the exact copy of what Ilya Popov is driving, with some little changes. Now he is not collecting one sector after another, but I'm sure that this is something that he can gain. He is losing some wheels outside, but now he is avoiding this bad trick. Now he collects TG5, TG6, but he looks nervous here. The 4th sector is left behind, transition to the 5th, and now just press it to the finish, but at least here he looks a little bit more precise. But recalling one children's game, Vladislav Yerofeev was running as though touch and go 5 was lava. He was trying to run away from it. But you know, this run, subjectively speaking, to my own personal opinion, looked better than the previous one. It was kind of more integrated, more even. It was smoother. Of course, there is a lot to work on, but let us not forget that Vladislav Yerofeev is only having his 2nd stage in RDSGP. And this car, even though it's really well built, it has its own specificity that takes some time to get used to. Vladislav Yerofeev has got a front bumper, which is an exact copy of Arkady Tseregradtsev's car, but this car is slightly different from the cars of the Popovs. But I've been watching the replays very attentively, and it looks better. In the last sector, the speed is now better. It is closer to what we consider appropriate, 120 kilometers per hour. This is where the maximum speed is reached at this configuration. As we said before, Igora Drive has lots of specificities. Wherever you go, the maximum speed is still in the same place. I mean, it doesn't matter whether the configuration is classical or reverse. It is still closer to the end of the track. Hello, hello, we are happy to see you smile. And we're happy to see you here spending your weekend with us at the third stage of RTSGP 2024. And this is the result of Vladislav Yurofeev, and it looks like this time it is better. Yes, the line could be absolutely amazing unless... And the same can be said about the angle. Anton Novikov also found some humanity in himself, some... and the style, the third sector, you know, the style and the third sector are a very dangerous combination. And this makes a total of 91.5, and there is an improvement. Bravo, Vladislav Yurofeev. This is very good. This is a very good job. We can tell that you worked on your mistakes, removed the most serious ones. And I forgot to tell you that we are already on the second leg of the second group. And this is now Anton Dmitrienko, who definitely needs a non-zero result to feel more confident, because his first run was 80 points. This is not the lowest result this far, but you know that there is still some competition, and Alexei Vakhtin hasn't done his second run yet. Now, in the first sector, I think he looked a little better. We will then compare when he's done. And now he's in the third sector, transition to touch and go 5, and he presses the accelerator. And even if he caught the touch and go, that it was the very border. And now the last transition, the last sector, and a big correction with the handbrake, and this brings you to the lower, to the smaller line, to the narrower line. But let us not forget that Anton Dmitrienko yesterday lost his engine in the first training session, and it was the end of his training yesterday. And this is what we see, the lack of practice. Because this is what the practice is for. You need to get used to the track and find your strategy. You need to understand where you can help yourself with the handbrakes. You need to find a way of correcting all these little inaccuracies. But Anton Dmitrienko lost the chance because of a mechanical problem. But here it is not only for the drivers, it's also very important for the spotter. It's good when your spotter is an experienced driver himself. But with these new configurations, the spotters also have a harder job to do. And there is a more like two-sided bilateral dialogue between the spotter and the driver. And the spotters need to collect a lot of information and do analysis. And you need to do it on the spot. You need to understand what action of the driver harmonized the run and which actions were not good. And you need to see what was good and what was bad, and have the wisdom to differentiate. And this is why we love this discipline this much. Once you have failed something in this court section of the track, which is only 800 meters here, and it is only like 25 or 26 seconds, there is nothing you can do to correct it. There is nothing you can do after. So this is why it requires extreme concentration. But there are some exceptions, because there are some configurations that are more driver-friendly, but the judges try to avoid them, because our judges want to make it more challenging. Because the judges need to score the runs, and therefore they need to create some foundation for the score to be accrued. And this is why, because the more challenging the track, the more the penalties, and the better the performance can be on the opposite. So there was some big problem before the finishing sector, and this is a minus 1.5 for the commitment, because he was supposed to speed up and he didn't. There's also a big correction that we could see. You can also tell it by the angle deduction, and a deduction for touch and go 9, which was missed, and this brings him to a total of a very good 90 points. 90. But there are still some things, some mistakes, and you can imagine how beautiful that run could be if he had the capacity to avoid all those mistakes. Well, congratulations to Anton Dmitrienko. I'm sure that this is much better for him, and he feels much better now. And let's see whether Alexei Vakhtin can also make an improvement. 78.5 was his result for the first run, and this is the lowest result as far. And what held him back was the technical problem, I think. That was the power steering. And without the power steering, there is nothing you can do in drifting. The first touch and go is already underneath the wheels of the Supra A80, and he collects the inner clip. And this is the third sector, and this is time for some rhythmic transitions. He almost slips off the asphalt at some point, but then he changes his mind and gets back to the track. Some questions to the touch and go 6, and now let's see what he can do in the last sector. Oh, but here the line looks a little bit too narrow, and perhaps he did collect TG number 10, but TG 9 was not taken, definitely, for sure. This is not the best of what he could do. Maybe this is some echo of what Anton Dmitrienko did. Well, anyway, of course I'm kidding in speaking about that, but, well, we can tell from the replay that regardless of this mistake that Alexei Vakhtin just did, when he almost touched the ground, everything looks more rhythmic and it looks more smoky than in the previous run, which is the commitment, which is what we mean when we say the word commitment. Then he is not going to the no-go zone, but this is a very, very peculiar no-go zone. But as far as the control points are concerned, it's more or less clear, except for TG9 and TG10, because probably the wheel was on the ground. Would it be a deduction? We could see that the wheel didn't really go on the ground due to some magic. It simply levitated in the air for a while. And while we're looking at it so attentively, because falling on the ground brings your wheel to a very wrong position, and then all those adventures begin, the adventures that every driver would like to avoid. But Alexei Vakhtin did avoid them, and it looks like he also got TG6. No, he didn't. No, he didn't. But then he did. Okay, so just as I said, this is more or less the same that Anton Dmitrienko did, with the only difference in the last sector he didn't make the big correction. And Stanislav Dolgich also confirms that the wheel wasn't lost outside. And by this criterion, it is all very well. But we're waiting for the total score, because we really want to know what the result might be. This far, Alexei Vakhtin is the... Oh, whoa! Hello from New York! You guys came from New York! Wow, guys! Hello to the Siberian Trinity. So you support 3 drivers at the same time. You came from such a faraway place. Wow! And we've got result, and this is 88.5. Okay, so Alexei Vakhtin is already in the safe zone, I guess. He pushes this threat away, and due to the 90-point run of Anton Dmitrienko, they are also safe. But Boris Abramov is in the risk zone. Denis Sarakaput is far from the risk zone, but 82.5 is definitely not the result he's been striving for. Now let's see whether he can improve his performance in this run. The beginning last time was quite good, but then it all deflated near the final. But now let's see. This far, he is doing it very well, and the angles are also appropriate. And Denis doesn't let his car fall into the big angles. And then you're supposed to press it harder. But Denis does it too late, obviously. Then he does a transition. And here the problems were the most serious ones. But we will have to check the wheel, whether it was on the track or not. But he makes a better impression than he did the previous time. What I liked, and it's very good that we can compare the 2 runs at the same time. First of all, he didn't angle down on the inner touch and go number 2. Secondly, he is more careful with the angles, and now he makes a transition from one transition to another. He presses the accelerator. He does. And now he looks more dynamic, and he looks more predictable. He looks clearer for an imagined chaser. In the previous run, his line was very narrow. Now it's maybe too wide. Please notice that dotted line at the start. This is a division line between the lanes of the leader and the lane of the chaser. But here the question is, about this part. Here it looks okay. But I really like the difference of 10 kilometers per hour in the second touch and go. It was 70, now it's 80, because 80 is cool. Between touch and go 5 and touch and go 6, the speed still fell to 70 kilometers per hour, unfortunately. But let us not forget that he was also late with pressing the accelerator. If he does it at the right moment, I think that he can bring himself to some 75 or even 80 kilometers per hour, just like some of the drivers did. This is a very hard thing to do, I know. But this is a hard moment as far as the style and the angle are concerned. And this is Denis Sarakapud and his final result. What is that? He did lose some chance to practice yesterday, but it looks like his car hasn't been to any crashes. It looks like new. The third sector, yes, sure, 30 for the line, but minus 1.5 of fluidity. That is a record. And in the fifth sector, he's got some deductions before both angle and commitment. And there it looks like the judges didn't like it, but they liked the rest. So it is now back to the balance, 30, 27 and 34, which makes a total of 91. Yes, 91. This is, well, very, very nice. Anyway, good improvement. I'm sure that Denis Sarakapud has everything ahead. Anton Klimko is now at the start. He represents the city of St. Petersburg, 2Js at 1000 HP and 90.5 points for the first run. So now it's time for experiments, for aggression and other special effects. Anton Klimko begins his acceleration 110 meters before the straight line, 35 more, and now he begins the drifting. He gets the first touch and then he turns his car into the third sector. And now here once again, very aggressively he steps on the accelerator pedal near the fourth sector. And his wheel is still within the track, even though it looked like it was about to leave it. And now we will see the replay. What Anton definitely has got is aggression. I like the emotion, I like the aggression that he is translating, but it doesn't really correlate to his general lifestyle, because in his everyday life, Anton is a very calm person. He's very reserved, and these transitions, these angles, it looks like this is his darker side, his demon that he is inside of him. A lot of smoke coming out. Everything looks so sharp and aggressive. In some places, it breaks his precision. But, you know, guys, we are not always so strict. We are not always that picky, because we really like his performance, and especially we like his speed of 74 kilometers per hour. But you see, the middle angle is 55, and this is 55, exactly. Very nice precision. And the next jump to touch and go 5, 67 degrees, also exactly as prescribed by the judges. Of course, there was some small correction in the last sector, which also damaged the speed a little bit, but nevertheless, he's got the 120 at the finish. Here, unfortunately, one wheel was outside the track. Yes, it would be a deduction. And the replay shows it to us absolutely mercilessly. Touch and go 8, which begins, which is the beginning of the fifth sector. There was also a question whether there was a wheel outside, but we will now see it in the scoring. And now the scoring is very detailed, and we can tell how much was deducted for what, and we can see what was happening to different aspects of judging at every moment of time. And once the score is on, we will see it all. Wheels out. Wheel out is when a wheel is outside the white line completely. There must be a gap between the white line and the wheel. By the acceleration and commitment, Anton Novikov says, this is a perfect run. But the finishing speed, sometimes you just need to look a little bit ahead and then it will be all clear. You will understand. But the speed was very good. Yes, it was. And the rhythm and the dynamics and all the control points were also taken very well. And the slowest part, it was 76 kilometers per hour, which is good. And what is also worth noticing here is the sharp transitions. Oh, wow. And this is 97. We've got a new qualifying leader with 97 points. So the sharp transitions, as they are, may lose their value if there is a correction after. But here Anton Klimko throws his car from one angle to another, and every angle is very sharp and stable. And that is cool. And now this is the competition for leadership. Ilya Popov just lost his first place in the qualifying, and now let's see what he can do in response. He had 95 points, and now keeping the 97 in mind, I think he will do everything to regain the leadership. Okay, so he begins his run. Let's see, Ilya Popov, a driver of Evolution Yuka ADV by Одержимый Motorsport, and his second run. Oh, wow. He almost misses it, but okay, he is now in the third sector. One transition, second transition, and here we press the accelerator as we run to the fourth sector. And yes, it's nice to stay within the track, which he does. And then finally the last sector with some correction as well. I don't really believe any significant improvement, and I still have questions about the inner touch and go. But this is not even about taking this touch and go, but this is about the angle. The angle. You can tell that the car of Ilya and Vladislav Yerofeev are almost the same, but they can get away from these angles. But every time such adventures happen, you kind of exchange this angle for the speed. You sacrifice the speed for the angle, and it can make a very big impact on your style score. And yeah, this is an interesting optical illusion that we just saw. Since the bumper of this Nissan 370Z is so long, it's very hard to tell whether the right front wheel was there or not. It is possible to see because the bumper just closes it out. With the bumper, he totally covers the entire zone, but was the wheel there? That's the question. And it's also about the specificity of this third zone, touch and goes 5 and 6. He is leaving that pocket a little bit too early, but this is not a mistake. No, this is not a mistake, but I mean that this is a specificity of his style. And it allows him to gain more speed after, so that he doesn't go along that line more and more and more. But that line was also a little bit tilted because it used to be steeper. It used to be more rounded, and it used to make a trap, and the drivers would lose more speed there. Now it was changed, and as a result, it was all corrected. But it's okay. I mean, in a new configuration, the judges have to discuss it a lot of times, and they have to speak to the drivers. There are some doubts. About the inner touch and go. But if anyone can see very well, you can say that there is that cyber green, techno green color mixed with green. And this is a very tricky word. You need to be a specialist to know this word. Okay. Was the touch and go taken? I still don't know. We have seen it from all the possible cameras, from all the cameras we've got at hand. And here, once again, the bumper does cover it, but we want to see the other wheel, the one that is not seen. But if you don't see the wheel, what conclusion can we make? The bumper is really cool. That's the conclusion that I can make. But you know what's interesting? even if we find out that there is nothing for the judges to see, there is some photographer sitting there and he can see it all, and then he will go like, haha, I knew, I saw that. The discussion is still on. The discussion about the angle is still on. But, you know, it's very important because, once again, touch and go 2, the inner touch and go, may not be that expensive, but this is still 3 points. And that 3 points can change everything. Losing 3 points would be very sad, especially if you lose it without a reason. Even losing 2 points can turn you 97-95, and you may lose your leadership. Here, I don't think that this is an attempt of improvement, but I don't know. I don't see it. I cannot be absolutely sure of what happened because it requires more argumentation. Here, this is more of a fact, a yes and no. But we've got 21 more participants to see, and lots of other things can happen. And this second run, if it's more productive, it can bring Ilya Popov higher than someone else, and it can influence his position in the competition bracket. But okay, it was counted. Any doubt is interpreted in favor of the driver. So if we cannot bring any facts, we have to manipulate everything we've got at hand. But generally, the score is good, and there is an improvement. Even though it's not as dramatic, we will see it now. It's 96.5. Oh, wow. He's still losing half a point to Anton Klimko. But if it was 97, he might overrun Anton Klimko. But Anton Klimko is still the leader of the qualifying. And at this moment, we will take a little break. Because while we're watching the commercials, you will have some time to order some food using Yandex food application. So pin your, I'm now talking to those who are here at the Autodrome. Your food will be served to your seat. Use your Yandex food and pin your location and then follow the instructions. Follow the instructions, and now we take a short commercial break.
Если радио, то максимум.
Закажите доставку прямо на трибуну в приложении Яндекс.Еда.
сезоне главная интрига — то, что у нас впервые есть легкая машина в умелых руках.
Команды ищут лазейки какие-то в регламенте.
Как близко, Антон,
Ничего нельзя сделать.
Мы будем делать все, чтобы стать чемпионами. И если команда-дебютант действительно станет чемпионами, это будет бомба.
Какой удар!
Происходит контакт!
Крутить надо машины и понимать, что мы крутим.
Тимофей, Антон Козлов, Чита Поповых. Они все зависают в автосимуляторах.
Легче едется даже, чем на симуляторе.
Можно судейский повтор и выход из дуги большой.
Для команды это, конечно, большая проблема.
Чемпион. И кто же чемпион?
Вы все время в движении? Читайте Автомейл.ру. Это портал про автомобили и для автомобилистов. Здесь все самые важные новости о машинах, премьеры и тест-драйвы, штрафы и полезные статьи с советами, путешествия и истории. Будь в движении. Заходи на Автомейл.ру и читай про главные автомобильные события.
And we're back. We're back to Igora Drive, and we are again ready to watch the qualifying of the third stage RDS GP 2024. This is getting a little cooler. I see that the marks have been refreshed, and this was the reason why we had such a long break. We really needed it to refresh the paint on the track. It would be easier for the judges and for the drivers to see what is happening, whether there is everything correctly with the line and the angles. And now we're about to see the performance of group number 3. We're approaching the middle of the entry list. And here we've got 7 drivers. We've got 3 groups left, and there are 7 drivers in each. Since we've got 33 drivers altogether, we had 12 in the first 2, and we've got 21 in the other 3. And this is not the limit, because sky is the limit. You can see the Igora Drive facility. Since the first time I came here, it looked like a motorsport Disneyland, but this is also for motorcycles. There's a lot dedicated to motorcycling, and we can see the zone where we will see the awarding ceremony tomorrow. And let me announce it to our viewers. So tomorrow, after the final runs finish, please don't you hurry. Don't hurry, don't run to the traffic jam, because you should totally see our awarding ceremony. This is Sergei Sak representing Avtoban IMO, and he will show us how he can operate his Silvia S15 with new suspension, WiseFab 3rd generation. And the driver himself is extremely experienced, 2-time champion of Belarus and the winner of the Eastern European Championship. Sergei Sak is doing the first transition, and here definitely he hits it. I hope we won't have to watch lots of replays after, but here we will have to. And here, this is the second transition in the third sector. Wasn't very rhythmic, and the car went to travel where the driver really didn't want it to go. The last sector, sector number 5, and here everything is clear. It is worth noticing that, first of all, Sergei skipped 1 season, and now he is now driving a freshly built car, freshly built for this season. It was made by Forward Racing Workshop, but the spec of the suspension is slightly different. Every stage he's got to introduce new modifications, and he's got to get used to the behavior of the car every time and look for the right settings. And this is more of working on the car, not on himself and his driving skills, and this is why some failures may occur. We don't feel that security, that confidence in some of his actions, and this is why such runs can happen that don't look that convincing. But anyway, it looks better than it was at the previous 2 stages. At least this is what I feel. You can tell that he's still looking for understanding through some surgeries that he makes on the car. And now we will see what the judges have to say about this run. Secondly, let us not forget that this is the first run, this is the first attempt, and Sergei still has a chance to work on his mistakes, and he's got a lot, and some of them are very rough, I would say, pretty rough. What is also curious about the suspension change is that before Sergei used to drive a Silvia S14, the Silvia with a WiseFab. Then the spec of Forward Auto was also moved there, and now Forward Auto made Forward Racing with their own suspension and with the WiseFab, but this is a different kind of WiseFab. This is a different thing, and the main difference is that the rig is a BMW type, so the steering rigs are more of like a pushing, not pulling things, and this is a very big difference. This is easier to work on because there is less load on the steering system as a whole, and this is easier to operate. And what in Gocha's car, it is in the rear, but here it's in the front. And now it's time to move to the score. -4 for the 2 wheels. I mean, twice by 1. Because if there were 2 wheels, it would be -5 points deduction, but these were 2 episodes of 1 wheel each. And the third sector, please notice, -4 for Sergei Sak. And this is all because of the angle. But still, this is 85, and 85 is a safety zone. This is the way we call it this far. And 4 points here, 4 points there. It would make a 90 plus. So, Sergei, we hope that we see something better in the second run. And this far, at this moment, we're ready to see Anatoly Sherbak, the only driver of US Team Car X that we haven't seen today. So it's time to see him, Anatoly and his S14. With this fun camera pull, which look like a toy, and also some aviation-style vehicle. And now this is time to appear in this third sector, and this is one transition, second transition, and here are the two touch and goes, 5 and 6. And here Anatoly Sherbak doesn't get stuck in that part of the track. He's already in the 5th sector, and now the angle is medium, and it is closer to the small angle, and it is all required for a confident acceleration towards the finish. And I think it was okay. I have only some questions to the border between the first and the second sectors. And here is the interesting moment, which means the specific suspension adjustment. First of all, big stroke. Secondly, the rear suspension is pretty soft and the front is harder. This is why the car stands on 3 wheels. This is pretty specific. And plus, notice the active steering of Anatoly Sherbak. He was one of the first drivers in Russia who installed this third-generation wise FOB suspension on an S body, and he was pretty satisfied with it. Then in the second, in the touch and go, he also got it. And then in the third, yes, everything is okay, everything is fine. But Anatoly is really gaining momentum, 126 kilometers per hour at the end. And near the 6th touch and go, it was 76, yes, 74, 75, yeah, 75, somewhere about that. So this is good. The speed is good. This is a dynamic run, and this is the way it looked. This is why I checked the drift dynamics. I wanted to check my guess to see whether it's right or whether I'm wrong. And here you can see that profile very well. You can see when the car is going down, then it's going up. This is something that you do not always see from the spectator stands, and what you cannot see from above where we are standing, because we need to understand the position of the car in relation to the clips, and this is when you have to choose. But these angles are very spectacular. Maximum for the line and -2 for the angle and -3 for the style. Only that much. Yeah, so this is the traditional third sector, the one that we love the most. This is where the greatest point loss usually occurs, and the maximum for the line. But that makes a total of 95 for the first run. This is serious. This is a statement. And here you need to consider that we've got quite a long list of participants, and they can totally fight for better results. And here is some more fun for figure lovers. We can also calculate the average score for the qualifying. Okay, so now this is Adi Schneider from Time Up, and he has red a 90, also with wise FOB suspension, and a very ambitious driver, which also matters a lot. This is the third sector. Very good turn, and I just feel sad that he left touch and go 6 unattended, but he is already in the 4th sector, and another energetic transition to the 5th. And here we will also consider the position of the wheel in relation to the white line, and now it's time to see some replays. So this is the adjustment to the new suspension. The configuration of the engine has been modified. Now the engine of Time Up team is becoming more powerful, and this is common for all the 3 drivers. 776 HP per ton and 1000 HP at general power. But let us not forget that 1000 HP is the power that is either potential or the power that you have tried once on the bench, and then you have to adjust the power for every track separately, because it's rocket science. This is basically rocket science, and this is why there is a special setter who is traveling around with the team. It looks like he overdid it with the angle, and then he had to press the accelerator pedal very energetically. And once we've got the data from the drift dynamics, I think we will see it better, because there are lots of processes that occur, and we have to sit and wait. Well, nothing really bad happened, first of all. He's got 74 kilometers per hour in this touch and go 2, which was pretty nice. It's okay. And here one wheel was definitely outside, you can tell. And the acceleration at the finish could be a little more even though I don't see anything criminal about what was happening. So everything is still okay. Maybe a little excessive angle in touch and go 2, where the drivers were told not to fall into deep angles too much. But generally, I don't see anything bad about this deceleration, because the angle requirements, especially when the angle is excessive, is a condition. The angle has to be over a certain value, but if you can run at a greater angle, but at the same time perform all the requirements related to the speed, then okay, why not? Go ahead. And this is why sometimes we see very similar scores in some critical points of the track. I mean, style and angle-wise, because these things come together. If you risk your angle and you lose the speed, then the style score would be reduced. And for the excessive angle, you will also get a cut. And if you don't get a penalty for the angle, then you don't get a penalty for the style. These are two things that always go hand in hand. These are the two things that are very closely intertwined. The commitment, the aggression, the risk is also very important, but without the speed, it is important to reach. So this is the difficulty that the circuit racing drivers usually face, because drifting is a different discipline. Here you don't have time. But let's give the floor to the judges. They will soon tell us what is there. As far as fluidity and commitment is about, I consulted Vladimir Safonov. Commitment is also about the sharpness of the transitions, and fluidity is about the discreteness. So no jerks, no steps. It has to be like a switch. Like a snap, a clap snap. Just like the clutch, you've got to let it go very confidently, but without just giving it up. And this is a total of 90. This is a good total. That's okay, a good score. But I still have a feeling that in the second run, he can show us some improvement. Well, any driver, of course, is trying to show some improvement, but I mean that he can do it. Even after 100 points, you want at least to repeat it. Dmitry Yermokhin from Autobahn Aimol in his first run. Another Silvia S15 wearing the same livery, but the car looks a little bit more humble and it's a little bit older. Yesterday, this car was a little bit hurt, but Dmitry Yermokhin is back to the saddle with a new turbocharger. And we can't wait to see some new achievements from Dmitry. The third sector, this is all Yermokhin style, nice and clear. He's pressing the accelerator. Here will be some questions about the position of the wheel. But now, together with Dmitry, we're running to the last sector. He reduces the angle clearly according to the task, and puts everything to the altar of the speed. And of course, this is not a zero result. But how far is it from the zero? That's a big question. Continuing the technical stories, why does he have this new turbocharger? Because he's got a new transmission that can handle it. The suspension is custom designed by Dmitry himself, and this customized suspension allows him to run his car both in a larger and middle angles. He can always reduce it or increase it whenever he finds necessary, but generally the run is very good. Dmitry stands out with this stability and very good qualifying runs. He is always very clear and open. he is very easy to judge, and his score is always easy to calculate. And it's also very easy for the chasers to chase him. But as a chaser himself, Dmitry sometimes makes mistake. Very often it happens due to the lack of power, the lack of speed, maybe just because he doesn't have enough grip. But now he's got 800 GP, 900 Newton meters, everything. He's got it, and we will very soon see the score. And now let's just enjoy this beautiful artistic replay videos. And now this is like a roller coaster, and this banking. Oh God, this is beautiful, isn't it? And also I recall the previous year. This year, unfortunately, I couldn't go for a ride with any of the drivers. But last year, if you go in the opposite side, the track feels very narrow due to the high speed. It is all turning into a kind of a tunnel. Plus, there is that additional marking that sometimes narrows down the track, and it makes it more exciting for the drivers. And here, if we had any additional scoring for racing intellect, I'm sure that Dmitry would get a lot of it, because he can feel, he can understand what to do, and he knows what exactly to do to get his car into the clipping zones. Grigory Burlutsky is already on your screens, and he is waiting for the scores of Dmitry Ermokhin, just like all of us do. And it means that he will begin racing very soon. 2014 as an element of the livery, the foundation year of Carville Racing. This year, this team is celebrating an anniversary, and congratulations once again, happy anniversary. Grigory Burlutsky has been through a very long journey in motorsports, even though he's pretty young. Yes, these are the scores. Let's get back to Burlutsky later. -1 in the second sector. And very good third sector, by the way. I wasn't mistaken, you see. And all the wheels were in place, I mean, within the track. This is exactly what we hoped for. And now, finally, I think we've got a candidate for leadership, because this is the same 97 points as Anton Klimko has got. Plus, he's got one more run to go. I think that Dmitry will now watch a replay of his run, maybe make some conclusions, and he will try to correct everything that he can correct. And now, Grigory Burlutsky, Carville Racing champion of RDS Europe 2023, who is also a champion of Russian circuit racing and a prize winner of Classic Rally Championships of Russia. And now he is here with a great ambition. He also won the Sochi Drift Challenge. Quite a lot of trophies, but there is one that is still is not there. And now Grigory Burlutsky is having his first full season in RDS GP, and he's driving his F22 into the third sector. And now I've had some questions about the borders of the track, and now he misses touch and go 6, makes the transition into the fourth sector, and now there's only 1/5 sector. The speed is generally very high, and everything that concerns the rest, I've got lots of questions, and they are still on. What is worth noticing is that the judges asked the drivers not to do what Grigory just did. I mean, here, they asked not to go here, because it breaks the entire chasing line, because the chaser follows the leader, and then it takes him time to get out of there, and that is a trap, and this is where the tandem run basically ends. But what Grigory Burlutsky wanted to do, he was wishing only good. He thought, okay, I can show you a lot of speed. I can surprise you with the speed. And we were surprised with the speed, indeed. This is something that I wouldn't argue. And he was also, well, you could feel that he is risking, that he's taking the risk. 106 kilometers per hour before the inner touch and go. Then he slowed down, and in the inner touch and go, his speed was 83 kilometers per hour. Well, that was a surprise, but physics is a merciless witch. Yes, right, you know what I mean. And the physics doesn't really care about your motivation. This is the law of the world, and this law sent Grigory almost outside the track. Yes, he handled that, but he had to lose some speed, and he lost some speed, and this is how it continued for Grigory Burlotsky. He decided to play some time attack, and on one hand, it is highly welcomed, but on the other hand, if it damages the precision of the run, then it is not. Okay, so the main problems begin after the 5th touch and go. Before that, everything was very good line-wise, everything was very well composed, and it is only 83.5. He is still in the safe zone. Let's call it the buffer zone. Everything over 80 is the buffer zone. And everything below 80 is already dangerous. And this is Vladislav Popov. He's on the start, the winner of the first qualifying round of this season, the winner of one of the stages of the previous season. That was a rookie season for him and his twin brother. The same team, Evolution Yuka ADV by Energy Motorsport, and the same vehicle, the Nissan 350Z with the techno green elements that were added to the livery starting from this stage. Okay, here we go. The techno green lights say goodbye to Vladislav Popov as he runs to the scored section of the track. And the first touch and go was taken in a slightly peculiar way. And now this is the unfortunate third sector. 1 transition, 2 transition, and now it's very good. He presses the accelerator to collect touch and go 6. Vladislav Popov is moving towards the left edge of the track, and here's another transition, which marks the beginning of the last sector. And here, unfortunately, the line mistake occurs. That is sad to see, because the beginning was very good. It is also worth noticing that we get more and more drivers who have solved the mystery of touch and go 4. And the mystery is, the task says the angle has to be medium, but it has to be on the lower border of the medium, 45 degrees, because it helps you shift diagonally to touch and go 5 in order to get into a deeper angle after the transition. And then you press the accelerator, and after that the front axle slips again and you get back to the middle angle and you go to touch and go 6. This is extremely complicated, very sophisticated, so much action within a very short period. This is, how long is that? This is about how many meters? Let me calculate. From touch and go 3, it's 335 meters from the starting line. Touch and go 6 is 485. So it's only 150 meters. So all those actions occur within 150 meters out of 778. And you've got to speed up, slow down, speed up again, and play with the angle at the same time, and also keep your transition stable, making a transition from one stable angle to another. The lowest speed after touch and go 6 was 74 kilometers per hour, which is very, very decent, but it was too low near touch and go 2. It was only 56. Okay, so, but you could tell that it went wrong. It just went wrong for Vladislav Popov, because our intentions do not always match the reality. Because if it did, everyone would just have 100 points and there would be no competition. But here, you know, every centimeter matters, every kilometer per hour matters, and all these things add up together. And oh yes, TG9, TG10 were missed. We could see it, and this is -5 points, and this is a very serious shock. After that, you can hardly be a candidate for a 90-plus club. I'm sorry. And 29 for the angle, and some deduction for the style, but not as critical as it could be. The most painful part is the line in the last sector, and that is the 5 points that Vladislav would really need if we speak about winning the qualifying. 90.5 is not a bad result. It is not, absolutely not. This is perfect. I mean, losing 5 points for the line, but still having a 90-plus result is really strong. Nikolai Garkovenko is now on your screens. I mean, this is how he looks without his racing helmet on. And this is his BMW F22, and he begins moving on the scored sector of the track. And the car is called Peter Fighter, and it's a very patriotic name because he represents St. Petersburg. And here Nikolai Garkovenko brings himself back to good shape. that used to be so appealing to the audience some time ago. And now you can see him handling TG5 and TG6, and there are 2 more sectors to the finish left. And here he's doing a perfect transition into sector number 5. The task doesn't require it to be that sharp, but how great it feels when it looks sharp like that. And all those last 2 sectors were done in an absolutely flawless manner. But the first 3 ones were not perfect. There was one wheel outside, and I think it was. We will see it on replays later. Also TG3, and this is the most expensive of the touch and goes, as you know. But the general impression of this run, the general manner of movement, still, I think I begin understanding why the drivers prefer the F22, because this is a car, speaking the Siberian drifters language, this car has got to move. And all those transitions without speed loss, with little inertia momentum, it is good, I think. I had an interesting conversation with Grigory Burlutsky about all those innovative things and the weight of the car. And because apart the absolute numbers, there is also distribution. Boris Abramov told me how he saw the light, as he said, when he lost some weight in the front and the rear parts of the car. The car became lighter itself, and the distribution of the weight changed, and it became much easier to get the car spin around its axis. All right, so I think that now it's kind of safer to spin the car because there's less pendulum, and now this rotating inertia is now different, and it is a game changer. Now your car doesn't want to rotate around, doesn't want to spin around if you do something wrong. As far as the wheels are concerned, we need more replays to see. I still have some doubts about Touch and Go 3, Touch and Go 2. Everything is obvious, I guess. And here, this is the moment where, not the moment of truth, but a very important one, because this is about 5 points. These are the 2 touch and goes that were missed in the previous run. And here, this Touch and Go 3, it costs those 2, it is worth those 2, some millimeters. Yes, and here, once again, let us emphasize our the millimeters. Some millimeters, and now he is getting penalized for 5 points. But this is not 5 millimeters, guys. You've got to go to that square. And if you want to get the maximum for the commitment, you've got to be in that square. You've got to be as close to the white line as possible. And then it would be the correct performance of the line task. And if you don't hit it, then I'm sorry, bro. Then you get a deduction of 5 points. And interestingly, most expensive touch and go, I haven't seen anyone missing it, the practice sessions. Yes, TG5, TG6 caused some questions, but this is because this combination of the touch and goes they're very close to each other. But in fact, there are 30 meters in between them. They look very close to each other, but it's 30 meters apart. And 30 meters is a distance, but the speed is so high. Yes, one wheel outside. Yeah, you can tell. And this is the 5 points, which makes -7 for the line alone. Plus -4 for the angle and for the style in the 3rd sector. -1 more point for the commitment in the first 2 sectors. The last 2 sectors are clean, but they don't really matter anymore against the background of all those minuses. And this is a maximum of 88, which is a good foundation. Okay, 88. 88. Yeah, so he's far in the safe zone. You can imagine adding that score, that's 7 more points. This is how much he could have got. And now we're getting back to the driver from Belarus, Sergei Sak from Avtoban IMOL team. He's got 85 points. And you can tell that these are some really understandable things that he needs to change to get in the 90-plus club. This is what we wish to Sergei Sak, but this far he is in this first sector and everything is fine. Another transition, very careful, not very sharp one, but with a proper result. I mean the line. the third sector, and he is running very fastly, and two touch and goes are very far from the line of Sergei Sak, the two-time champion of Belarus. That is not cool at all. And then I also have questions about the line. Well, the general idea was cool. The initial idea, I mean, and let me explain what he wanted to do. Sergei Sak wanted to accelerate and then sharply throw his car into a deep angle to open up later. So he wanted to do exactly what the judges asked him to. But here is an important moment. The transition was done too early. He had to wait for another second, maybe say 1, 2 in his mind, and then make that swing and make his car sway, and then he would be on the correct line. But he failed to do so. I can tell that he is getting more secure with feeling his car, but this is a deduction for the line anyway. And the smoke. Look at that smoke. And once Sergei understood he wasn't making it, he raised his foot away from the accelerated pedal, and then the smoke became thinner. Here's another important detail. At a certain point, the track was about to be over. And I think that he also saw it and he tried to avoid that situation. So instead of being on the edge of the track, he finds himself in the middle. There was a lot of distance to the edge. And there's also almost 90 degrees turn. So at the place where he was supposed to open the accelerator, he pulled the handbrake because the car was pushing inward, and this is something that he couldn't let happen because otherwise it would zero everything down for him. Well, anyway, on the other side, you know, you never know. You couldn't tell which would be worse. The first run was 85 points, and now how much is he losing? He's losing quite a lot. There's gonna be deduction for the line. Of course, this is very seldom when a line mistake is just a line mistake. And the brightest example is the qualifying of Arkady Tsaregradzev in Nizhny Novgorod, when he slipped one wheel away and 98 points was the result. The rest was perfect. Oh, yeah, you can tell. -7 for the line, -4 for commitment, -3.5 for fluidity. Oh, God, that hurts. These numbers are just scary. And I wouldn't tell that it is a good attempt with so many minuses. It looks like everything is about to be taken away from him. But this is 23 for the line, 24, 26. Okay, this is 74.5. Okay, it's good that he's got the 85 already recorded, because otherwise it would be very, very scary. And Dmitry Ermokhin and Anton Klemko are now fighting for the first place. And we haven't seen the strongest group yet. And by the way, this is a guy who can also get included into this leadership battle. He represents Via's Team Car X, Anatoly Sherbak, 95 points. And he got it for the first run. 95 points is cool on one hand. On the other hand, this 5-point... Oh, God! No. No, yes, forget about 95. Now it's about accuracy, it's about carefulness, to be more precise. Okay, and now just get it to the finish, and that will be over. Just make sure yourself and your car are intact, because, you know, the qualifying round will be finished soon. Of course, Boris Abramov made us very nervous with his first run when he did the same. I think that then he was so scared. He needed wings to take off at that moment. I don't know what's there. Is there some bump or some hump on the ground? But, well, this is a dangerous point on the track. What is also worth noticing, this is the attempt of showing the maximum in the second run, the attempt of risking it, and the risk in this very case, this risk that was worth it. But this late transition brought us to this result. This is quite a rare situation. From above, you could see it all. There's a lot of dust and a lot of debris on the ground now. And you can tell how actively the suspension is working and how the wheel is spinning in all possible planes, even though it's not supposed to. But these vibrations, all those things, they, of course, make a certain impact. And also different suspension on different cars, I mean, the rear suspension, can behave differently under loads. For some vehicles, the wheels are looking out or in, and it matters a lot for the general movement of the car. Of course, there are some basic definitions, some basic principles that if the car is looking outside, the car is more inclined to moving outside. But, well, this is the base. This is the basic knowledge. But some drivers confessed that as they were preparing for the event, they didn't really do anything with the front suspension, only worked on the rear, which is also interesting. But generally, it can be logically explained because the front suspension is in charge of the connection between the driver and the direction of the movement. And it doesn't really change as much as the rear suspension does because it is about the torque. It is about transmitting the torque. And also the steering wheel and the front suspension is the vector of your movement. And the steering itself, the angle control, is done with the pedals. And the responsiveness of your car, well, is the responsiveness of your car. Okay, this is the result. Anatoly Sherbak -5. Yes, two wheels. Two wheels were outside. And this is -15 for the line alone. And yes, sector 3, of course, and sector 1, sector 2, and -1 for the style in the first sector. There was a little delay, and the traditional third sector, of course. Okay, so what does it look like? It looks like 74 points. 74 points for the second run. Yes, no improvement whatsoever. And it looks very sad. But, well, anyway, it happened. And we thank Anatoly for that. Thank you very much. Leonid Schneider is now on the screens. First, we see his portrait. And now it's time to see him on board. He is a Toyota Mark II number 7. 90 points was his result in the first run, even though it wasn't maybe the most successful in his life. But 90 points is a great performance, and he's already in the third sector. And this is very, very cool performance. He's very close to the white line in the fourth sector. And now the fifth one, yes, and here it happens. Unfortunately, Leonid Schneider fails to bring it all to the finish without any loss on the way. So let's see what the judges can do. They will have to study, they will have to analyze, and as usual we compare the two runs of Leonid Schneider. What you see on the left is the 90-point run number 1, and as we used to do in our childhood, let's try to find differences between the two pictures. The beginning was very similar, except for the aggression that was more prominent in the second run, and here it is also pretty similar. But it is also about the borders of the track. At least Leonid Schneider has acquired certain stability, which he used to have problems with in the past, and especially in the previous season. And in many ways, it is a matter of some psychological readiness, because Leonid Schneider in RDS Europe and Leonid Schneider in RDS GP looks like two different people. Two different characters that he shows, even though the person is the same, but the drivers are different. Even though the team is the same, the car is the same, everything is the same, but psychologically it's different. So here you can tell that psychology matters a lot. But what makes me happy is that Leonid is finally finding himself. I mean, the better version of himself. It is strange to speak about like different versions of the same pilot, especially when he's only 20 years old, because he's still on this development stage, and it will take him a lot of time to acquire his actual driving self. But you can tell that one wheel was definitely outside. This is the deduction. I wasn't mistaken. This is what I could see. But against the background of everything, this is a very good performance, because only half a point for commitment is good. This is 96, and this is a great improvement. So this -2, if it wasn't there, he could have got 98. One wheel that ruined it all. Now, Dmitry Yermokhin is coming up, and he may become the leader of the qualifying if he moves Anton Klimko down. Let me remind you, Anton Klimko had 90.5 for the first run and 97 for the second. But Dmitry decided not to take it easy, and he got 97 right away. So if he gets another run for more than 90.5, this will be done. He is still in the second sector. This is touch and go 3, which costs him 5 points. And now the third sector, where Dmitry was amazing, but this is not cool at all. This is something he shouldn't have done. We will have to count the wheels on the replays. Another correction, the fourth sector, and too much speed here. And yes, he splashed it out. The speed, of course, is a tricky issue. Yes, he was trying to get faster, and he did. He's got a herd of horses under his hood to play with, and he played too much with them. The second and third sector are very close to each other, very similar, because the speed is not excessive that far. But here it looks like there's too much of it. And it looks like he needed more speed in the second run. That angle is like middle, or if it's big, then it's still humbly big. Not a 90 degrees, still growing kind of angle, which is 67 or maybe 58 degrees, which is theoretically, number-wise, is considered to be a big angle, but this is hard to differentiate from the medium visually. But he was trying to save himself. You see, his angle was 65 first, but then he added more. And from this angle, you can tell yes, he could tell that he was going in the wrong way and he had to do something. And the 80 degrees angle works very well in near the touch and go number 5. This is loss of style numbers. But this is because the way it works. This is the way it is designed. There is nothing to be done about it, because I'm just telling you what I see with my own eyes. Statistics and numbers. Okay, so your bets, ladies and gentlemen. Do you think it's more than 90.5? By the way, there is now suspense in the air. Great suspense in the air. But I think this is going to be not as dramatic as we describe it. But, well, what I'm doing, my job is about emotions. Sorry. When something is like, wow, and then it's wow. And this is the emotional swings that we've got to go through. So does it mean that Dmitry Yermokhin is an abuser because he makes these emotional swings to us? Okay, whatever. Let's leave it all behind. He's got -2 for the wheels. It looked worse than it was. And, well, the rest, the sector number 3, this is where we're looking at. -1, -2 for commitment, -0.5 for fluidity. And the rest -0.5 point, just a little bit, but still lots of white rectangles. 28, 28, everything. And this is 93. Yes, we've got another official leader of the qualifying of the third stage, RTSGP 2024. Congratulations. So who's gonna be next? Who's gonna challenge him? Maybe this guy wishes to move him down. This is Grigory Burlutsky, Carville Racing. We have already seen his speed today. Now let's see whether he's got anything else to show us. Maybe any other skills. This is what I hope for. because 83.5 points is exactly not his score. This is less than he deserves, and this time he looks more careful, but once again he's where he is not supposed to go. And here he was not supposed to go either. In touch and go 4, he didn't do any extra pirouettes at least, and now he's pushing off the right edge of the track and the 4th sector, and this is the 5th. And here he also corrects the situation a little bit. I wish there was something better. Maybe if he had another run, he could harmonize his performance to what he's really worth. It looks like these two runs are absolutely identical. Absolutely the same. Then there is some little deviation. Yeah, I guess. Yes, TG5, TG6. But this, no, TG5 and TG6 is not cosmetic. It is 7 points for the line anyway. So with, it could have been a 90 plus. But this mindset for the first and the beginning of the 2nd sector is looking puzzling, because finally you find yourself in a wrong place, not where you are supposed to be. Yes, you do find yourself there with a speed of 80 kilometers per hour. No, that is not right. That is not right. This is still kind of excessive expression. TG5, TG6 at the end of this sector is 70 kilometers per hour. This is not really very much impressive, but it is still within the acceptable limits. And 126 kilometers per hour at the finish looks serious, looks fine. This is worth noticing. But let's see the score. And by the way, speaking about our conversations with Grigori, he says that his car really influences the inertia. So it's -4 for 2 episodes of losing a wheel. 3rd sector, traditionally, -4. For commitment in the 1st and the 2nd sector, he's losing 2 points in a total. And he's losing half a point in sector 4 for the angle, which is quite a seldom situation. And now you can tell that this is 89.5. 89.5. Yes, I am telling you, he needed another run, but we don't have it. Sorry. This is not possible. Vladislav Popov from Sochi. Evolution Yuka ADV by Одержимый Motorsport. 350Z equipped with a 2JZ engine is on the start. You know it all. Of course, we're ready to go. The first one was 90.5 points. Ilya was better. Okay, so let's see how better can Vladislav be now. This far, everything is nice and accurate. Here the questions begin. This is the 3rd sector. And once again, he's pressing the gas, the accelerator, but he cannot keep his car within the track, unfortunately. And the last sector, sector number 5. And here, well, at least line-wise, it is more or less fine, but then we will see the rest. And now let's compare. Let's compare the first run. In the first, 90.5 points. What the result? This time he looks more careful in the transitions and the lines. In the first sector, at least. In touch and go 3, it looks like he was still on the edge. Here, it is very, very sad to see 2 wheels outside. If you compare to what Mitier Mohin did, of course, maybe it could be worse. But this is the aggression that he failed to fit within the track. This is the expression. And moreover, Vladislav Popov has some victories in his track record already. He began his career in drifting in a quite a humble way, but then he achieved some nice results. Okay, so touch and go 3. Okay, so this is when you can tell that these 3 points can be sometimes critical. And now I see the thing about it. If you have too much speed in the first sector, then in touch and go 3, you kind of you cannot get in there. You fly over. There are no control points, and if you go too widely after the inner touch and go, then you don't fit touch and go 3. Your vector is different, and it doesn't let you get there. And in this replay, of course, I wouldn't really claim whether he did get 1 pixel of the touch and go number 3, but I hope we will see it now in the judges' decision. Okay, so yes, it looks like he failed to get it. It's -5 and -2 for the wheels, which is -7 for the line alone. Okay, so this is a merciless procedure. And traditionally, Sector 3, would there be anyone without penalties in Sector 3? Maybe Yermohin was the only one, but I may be mistaken. And this is 85.5. That is very sad. There is no improvement. -5 points from the first run. Okay, he's still in the safe zone. Anyway, Nikolai Gorkovenko is now on the screens. 88 points was his result for the first run. And now it's time for improvement, because we know where he can improve it. And the last sector was very good. Now he's got to figure out the first ones and then combine it all together. Touch and go 1, then transition. Okay, good. And then another one. And touch and go 3. Nice and careful. Now another transition in the third sector already. And whoa, interesting. Looks interesting, because if he repeats the 4th and 5th sector from the previous run, but no, he doesn't really do it exactly. Get back to the borders, but I'm not sure he was outside with 1 wheel. We've got to start it all again, and probably we should just trust Stanislav. But apart from losing 1 wheel outside, there was a lot of work for Vladimir Safonov, because he might have let the accelerator go, maybe lose some speed, just not to continue that accelerating hazard of sliding off the track completely. But compared to the first run, as I look at the figures, it was 88 points for the first. It looks kind of, at least psychologically, it looks much more convincing compared to what we saw in the first attempt. So Nikolai Gorkovenko definitely seems to be acquiring his skill. I mean, he regaining his skill. Look at the speed. Look at the speed of touch and go 6, 77 kilometers per hour. That is very big. And after touch and go 2, it is 74 kilometers per hour. So I mean that the speed is all okay, just like the angles. And I think, oh wow, look at the angle, it's so cool. I'm just enjoying. This is such a great aesthetic pleasure from the drift dynamics diagram, because it is so smooth from one average angle to another, and then up again and then down again, and not a single step. Everything is done nice and smooth and even, and the speed at the finish in 116. Also very nice. Yeah, you see it now too. Just look at this angle diagram. So great. Up and down and up and down. No mess, no struggle. Only in the third sector he had those little fluctuations and shifts. Some little wiggles. But this is all because of the potential danger that he faced. But generally, everyone is making some little wobbling out there, because you need to reduce the angle as you're flying closer to it all, to touch and go 8. In touch and go 8, you are still running at a medium angle, but then you've got to reduce it. And judging by how our deeply respected colleagues in the judges panel are thinking about it, I hope we see something interesting. Even though, I guess that some conclusions have already been drawn. Okay, so we are waiting. The third group, by the way, has finished its qualifying performance. 30 for the line, 29 for the angle, and this is 96.5. Well, cool. This is cool. Totally. This is not a victory indeed, but it is good. I mean, this is a very convincing result. Congratulations, Nikolai. No by-run zone whatsoever this far. And you know, the less participants we've got, the less I believe that it's even possible. Which means that everyone will have to compete in top 32. And in this situation, the logic tells me that it's better to be ranked higher. But still, there are no guarantees. Nikita Shikov from Carville Racing and his Supra A90, nicknamed Groza, the Thunderstorm, is doing his first qualifying run. He is one of those elite club members, I mean the qualifying winners. We've got 10 drivers in the entire history of Russian Drift Series. Nikita Shikov is one of them. And he is already in the 4th sector. There is one more transition left in the last 5th sector before the finish. There were some corrections on the way, but no rough mistakes. Judging by this mark in Drift Dynamics, by this flag, the Groza looks like a name of a pirate ship. Okay, so what we can tell is that during the practice, Nikita Shikov was very good as a chaser. It looked like he chased better than he leaded, and it's very strange to see experienced drivers to be like that. Very often beginners are better at chasing than leading because they need someone to copy, and going on their own is harder for them. But you know, beginners and rookies can be different because some of the rookies are not necessarily beginners. And showing a nice and close and synchronized chase run is also art. And it requires a lot of experience. And this is very hard to do. And sometimes the rookies cannot do it at all. Yes, they can be more or less close, but doing a real serious chase run requires some skill. Nikita's speed in the slow part of the track is very impressive. It's 79 kilometers per hour. And this is when we are getting closer to the right figures. But the run-in is not as impressive. And why? Because there were corrections. Corrections in the last sector that we could all see. Instead of doing smooth and nice reduction of angle, he made a correction. And it held him back and he couldn't accelerate efficiently. But I think that he still deserves some good score. There's another Supra A90 in the burnout area, driven by Denis Migal from Fresh Racing. By the way, this team, after the 2 stages, is the leader in the team's competition. And this is the result of Nikita Shikov, maximum for the line. And the others, unfortunately, are not maximum. And, of course, the 3rd sector once again. And this makes a total of how much? This is 92.5 points. Still. And this is only the first run. Okay, Denis Migal from Fresh Racing, the founder, creator, the inspirer of Fresh Racing, the team he's representing. And this season, he's got a new car, Supra A90, that he's got a very good tandem with. And he will now demonstrate it to us. Denis Migal, he is running, and this is a nice and even acceleration. He goes too widely into touch and go 1, and there would be a penalization because he misses it. But he takes touch and go 3, and then 4. There are 2 transitions in a row, and he's got to press it, 4th sector, and this is touch and go 7, and now 1 more transition, and wow, he was so far, but this can still be only 1 wheel, you just don't know, because he was pretty deep in there, or out there to be more precise. Okay, anyway, so now let's see. This is quite an interesting tendency, losing 1 wheel outside there. This tendency is pretty regular. I mean, it looks like these guys are used to this mistake. And why so? because of some certain peculiarities of visibility on the track. You don't really see very well at that point, and maybe not all the spotters could give the drivers any adequate information, because when you are running on that curve, it's very logical to fall to that edge, but that edge is not a part of the racing track anymore. In the majority of the tracks, in Moscow Raceway, for example, we say that you can cover the edge of the track, but in some spots, in some areas, it is allowed. Like in Nizhny Novgorod, that edge was divided into two, and there were different rules applicable to those halves, because you see, it's different. It can be different on different tracks. So this is maybe a systematic mistake. But fortunately, it doesn't entail any global consequences. Yes, this is -2 points, but it's only 2. Here, there was one wheel, I think. It was only one, but you see, if there is one, then touch and go counts. And if there's more, then it doesn't count. So this is a very thin matter. But most importantly, the wheel has to run through one of those touch and goes. Either you get -2 or you get -5 for the two wheels and -3 for the touch and go. So this is 8 points deduction. Yes, late opening is recorded by the judges near that dotted line. I thought I was mistaken, but looks like I wasn't. Okay, so this is the third sector again, and one wheel outside. Yes, but twice. One wheel, but twice. So it makes a total of 26, 26.5, and 33.5, and this is 86 points. Denis Migail reserves himself a place in top 32 already, but I'm sure that this is not what he wanted. I'm sure he wanted more, and he can do it. Andrei Astapov from Lukoil Racing Drift Team. Andrei Astapov with his new discs, by the way. Now his image looks more complete. Now he's got a splitter in the front, and now it looks even better. This is a very exclusive and beautiful body kit on the car of Andrei Astapov. And most importantly, we want to see a good run. This is what we're about to witness. And now he takes the inner touch and go, then the transition, and now he's going to the most expensive clip, and he takes it, and this is a very dynamic transition. And unfortunately, one wheel is outside. He cannot close his car within the track, and oh, no, 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 no. This looks like a trouble. Andrei stops and opens his door. So unfortunately, this is a 0. And most importantly, we don't even know whether he can do without assistance. So what was that, and how serious is that? So even if he goes to the health group, it's not very far away as well. Maybe like 1 hour away, and we don't know how serious this mechanic failure is. So if there is... they say it's the drive shaft. Yes, of course it is. But how did it happen? How did it happen? Yes, it just got torn out. So this little thing was that goes around it, that little ring, was supposed to catch it. Well, and it did catch it. But then they were separated together. Yes, this is when it happened. This is a very dangerous situation, by the way, especially when it falls like this. Generally, it did work, because it was the last one to fall off. It was the last one to fall off, and the question is whether there is any oil on the track now. But generally, imagining it, I don't think it's very easy to get it back again. And if it was off together with the clamps, but in the previous stages at ADM Raceway, we could see the cars brought back to life in an hour. And we could see the car of Andrei Astapov getting back to the track after falling upside down. So there are lots of processes that go on in the car. The fatigue that matters a lot. And during the practice, it may not manifest itself, and then the morning warm-up, everything is fine. But then comes this moment when the car needs to work on full throttle for a minute, because, well, every run is half a minute only, 30 seconds, and it breaks down. So let's support Andrei with a round of applause. Andrei and his team, Lukoil Racing Drift team, they will have to do some serious work now, but we believe in them. We hope that they can work this little miracle and bring Andrei back to his final attempt. Of course, we will see it only later, because, well, you cannot go in someone else's group, but you can get to the health group, maybe. So I wish you all courage and skill and good technical solutions, and we hope that it works well for the team. You know, I've been watching the career of Andrei Astapov since 2013, I guess, since RDS Siberia, and my gut tells me that we are very likely to see him on the start, because he's got very hard character, and this is his optimism and his character mean a lot, and we wish good luck to himself and to his team, and we take a little commercial break.
У тебя форма есть? Тебе для запекания? Тебе для приседания. Попробуй. Вот так вот. И так.
Пробное занятие понравилось, но на абонемент копите накопительный ВТБ-счет.
Регулярно пополняй и накопишь на 16% быстрее.
А почему еще не в форме?
Крутим долг.
А копим быстро.
Откройте накопительный ВТБ-счет со ставкой 16%. ВТБ. Вместе все получится.
Куда приведет тебя спорт? К экрану? К любимой команде? Или в спортзал? К клавиатуре? На ринг? Или на стадион? Все пути открыты с чемпионат.ком.
Мы любим спорт за моменты драйва. Моменты впечатляющего мастерства. Моменты запредельных эмоций. За моменты, которые становятся историей. Мы соединили моменты спорта и истории, которыми они становятся. И все для того, чтобы делать спорт лучше.
Команда Fresh Racing в 2024 году стала по-настоящему международной. Мы проехали весь чемпионат OEDC и теперь врываемся в новый сезон RDS GP. Ищите нас во всех социальных сетях. До встречи на разгоне.
Таймап — это больше, чем дрифт. Это новая история. Это время первых.
Вот команда Таймап выходит на первый этап этого сезона.
Тайм-ап. Дальше. Больше.
We continue the qualifying round of RDS-GP 2024. No matter what, Anton Kozlov from Carville Racing is now on the start. One headlight is missing. There was some incident when Anton Kozlov was looking for someone whose pieces of body kit are sticking out from his headlights. So now his car has got some pirate-like look. He's two-time winner of the Junior Series and vice champion of the previous season. We will see the graphics later. Now he's in the third sector. He makes a transition, large angle. He presses the accelerator a little, one moment later than required, and one wheel is outside the white line, which is absolutely obvious. He's already in the last sector, sector number 5, and the last element of the judge's task, and the finish. Now let's check. The first thing that I want to say is that the finishing speed of Anton Kozlov was fine. I'm just trying to find a connection between the aerodynamic elements, because here is a very big ducktail, and I think that he pressed the accelerator at the right moment and he let it go and he pressed it again. This is the way it looked after the 6th touch and go. But generally, what I want to say is that Anton Kozlov is really trying hard to make friends with this new platform. He is totally challenged by it, and he looks so tired of it. He is so tired of it, he got a new car for practice with a really exotic spec, but this car works flawlessly. Oh, that was virtuoso. Well, the old cars in the hands of Anton Kozlov work better, but more modern cars are being naughty in his hands. But there is such a thing called childhood diseases, such a phenomenon of our reality. And here we can tell that if we look at the diagrams alone and we don't see the wheels outside, it all looks perfect, very nice and beautiful. In the slowest part, the speed is 74 kilometers per hour and nearly 120 or even 122 at the finish. So it's very good. But there are some little flaws that will hold him back. Drift dynamics is also used by the judges to objectivize to justify their decisions, but this is still a great combination of factors. But you see, there is a very, very clean 2 sectors. One wheel was outside, and we can see the deduction. But sector number 5 is also clean, and the sector number 3 is sector number 3. As usual, but it's only -3 points in the 3rd sector, which is a very good result, which it is. This is 94.5, and he is only 5th. Oh no, he's 7th. But this is only first run. I mean that there are so many drivers in the 90-plus area. We can see the repetition of the Nizhny Novgorod story. And now this is Sergei Kuznetsov, another participant from Autobahn Aimol VR8 under the bonnet of his flanker F. And not maybe such a big experience, but he is doing very good this season. And his position in the entry list says that he is the most successful member of Autobahn Aimol team. Sergei Kuznetsov is running through the inner touch and go, sector 2, which is crowned by this touch and go 3. And this is sector 3, and here the flanker feels at ease. But I wish his wheels were in place without crossing the borders of the track, then it would be really good. And now this is sector number 5, and we can tell that he only has to cross the finishing line, which he does. I may sound subjective, but maybe it is connected to the specific appearance of the car, but it looked like it was not super dynamic, like it wasn't super fast. But this is what I can tell you from the cameras and the way it looked from outside. Of course, drift dynamic system can give us a more objective and impartial picture. But there were a couple of points where he used his left foot, but he didn't do it to make his life easier in any possible way, but just not to lose control over the car, because a flanker is a very peculiar vehicle that requires some very peculiar techniques. Here, in about touch and go number 2, everything is adequate. 72 kilometers per hour near touch and go 6. And after, it is not super cool either, but it's not also dramatically bad, not dramatically slow. At the finish, it was not very good, 103.5. That's too low. That's too low. And here's a question, whether he was pressing the double pedal. Well, it is not prohibited unless it affects the speed. Well, this is not the most outstanding result. This is pretty mediocre. But, well, I think that there is still a lot to do. This would be a leader that's very uncomfortable to chase, at least judging by what I can see. And then the sun is coming out and everything is coming on fire. There's another thing that we need to consider. This fifth sector is supposed to... the speed is supposed to be growing there. The only thing you can do is simply press the front brakes, but it may be not enough if you've got excessive grip on the front axle, because you will simply collide into your leader. This is a very tricky moment, a very tricky thing. And this is very important. But we don't really know. It's still hard to tell. But it's not bad. It's not bad in general. It doesn't look criminal. The run was quite careful. You could tell the first sector is perfect. The other ones with some little details, but they are not that multiple. There's also the subjective effect of this half a point. It takes up a lot of space, and it looks like something bad, but this is minimum deduction possible. The minimum deduction you might get. 95.5 points, Sergei Kuznetsov, and we don't see the main thing. We haven't seen any other 97 points. Dmitry Yermokhin is still the leader of the qualifying after getting the leadership from Anton Klimko. And now Maxim Grossman on Toyota Mark II, and he is a very experienced driver. And this is his first run. There are some questions about the borders of the track, and here the inner touch and go is very carefully taken. And this is the third one, the third sector. Now let's see how this Mark can handle it. This is very good here. And here at last, someone remembers about the edge of the track, but not here. Okay, and the last sector, sector number 5. And here, once again, I have questions about how Maxim worked his accelerator. It looked like he couldn't believe his car was still within the limits of the track, and he was being a little bit too careful. But what I can tell is it looks like with the replacement of front suspension, some chains, some spells were taken away from this Mark, and now he looks more friendly, now he looks more relaxed. It looks like the car feels free as it's drifting. Yes, he shouldn't be going that deep, but, well, what's done can it be undone? We cannot undraw that line and undrive that turn. But, well, yes, in the cinematograph it's possible, but not here. This is not cinematograph. And he's running around the no-go zone. Here, everything is very good. The first sectors were cool, and it still leaves a very nice impression. I hope I still have it after I see the score, because I really hope to see another replay of this transition from the second to the third sector, or the third sector, yeah, from TG3 to TG4 and TG5, because this is a very illustrative place. How Maxim Grossman hits the right speed. He gets to touch and go 3 with a very big angle, and then he pushes away from there, and with smaller angle he gets in touch and go 4, and then immediately he begins shifting to the opposite edge of the track diagonally towards touch and go 5 to gain more speed. The car was spinned, he pressed the accelerator, he got it all, and one wheel outside. Okay, so generally Maxim Grossman was an inspiration It looks like we will see Roman Tivadar next. Okay, so here's the harvest. Only 1.5 points deducted from Sector 3, and it did look very well in Sector 3, and one wheel was outside, and this is something that he shouldn't have done. He could have got maximum for the line, and this is a total of 94 points, which is also very good. Very good, but still this is not a threat to the position of Dmitry Yermokhin. There are still things to work on to be a real threat. And now we welcome the first participant of Takayama Forward Auto. This is Roman Tivadar. Let me remind you that in 2020 this guy won the stage at Igora Drive when Russian Drift Series came here for the first time. And now the reality is different. The configuration is different and everything is different, and Roman Tivadar is also different. He is not that rookie boy. He is an experienced driver, and here he is in the first touch and go 3, and here's this Tivadar's brain mark transition. I only have the question about the timing of acceleration opening, and this is sector number 5, and only the last the last touch and go is ignored, but he takes another one. This is a very typical thing that we just witnessed. Many drivers make a small correction and kind of avoid touch and go number 9, but this is not the most expensive one. 3 points. But let's remark the traditional stability and carefulness of Roman Tivadar. It looks like there was a little bit too much of the angle from touch and go 4, touch and go 5. And I also noticed an interesting thing, how compact the Takayama Forward Auto drivers are in the entry list. In the general rating of the drivers, they're all very close to each other, but the merciless destiny is bringing them to different parts of the competition bracket. Georgy Chevchan and Timofey Dobrovolsky will open the next group, but this is exactly the order. First comes Roman Tivadar, then Georgy Chevchan, and Timofey Dobrovolsky is the most effective driver of Takayama Forward Auto. And I also noticed that Roman Tivadar won a stage. Timofey Dobrovolsky won a qualifying in very difficult climate, but Georgy Chevchan has also had some victories here, but when there was no rain. So the junior drivers of Takayama Forward Auto are in charge of rainy competition, and Georgy Chevchan prefers sunny weather. And this is Nikita Shikov, you can tell it from the flag. And here is another peculiarity of this track, and I don't know whether it's still on. Never has ever a qualifying winner won the stage here. Never in the history of RDSGP at Igora Drive, the qualifying winner has never won the stage, and no one has won here twice. This far, Nikita Shikov says hi, and he is sending hearts and likes to us, his pirate likes. Okay, so we are sending our likes and loves back to him. And this is the performance of Roman Tivadar TG9, yes, -3 and -4. Yeah, I can see. But it looks like there is a mystery for the transition and the late acceleration. Roman is penalized, and he gets a total of 89. Yes, his transitions look very stylish, but they should have been sharper. And by the way, it's also the angle, the camera angle, that is confusing us. It looks sharper than it actually is, but after touch and go 4, it looked like Roman Tivadar kind of added more angle there. And from the judges' tower, it is easier to see. Nikita Shikov from Carville Racing, 92.5 points he had for the first run. He had certain inaccuracies and flaws. He lacked speed in some places, and I'm sure that he will try to improve his performance. He had maximum for the line, if I'm not mistaken, and he takes the first touch and go, then a transition, and then sector number 2 is on the agenda. And I'm almost sure that everything was great with the line. And here, with little gap, he is jumping into touch and go 4. And once again, everything is happening exactly the way it had to be. Sector number 4 is left behind, and now he's in sector number 5. Another correction, just like he did in the previous run. But I have a feeling that it didn't really affect the speed of the acceleration as much as it happened in the first run. It looked like it's very hard to guess the right moment to let the acceleration and then to press it again. And that creates a little wobbling. But let's now analyze, because generally it looks very similar. But no, it's very far. The third sector is now much better. And by the way, now at the border between the third and the fourth, where the accelerator has to be pressed, you can tell from the thickness of the smoke how much better it was. In the first run, in between touch and go 5 and touch and go 6, Nikita Shikov had to pull the handbrake, which of course was interpreted as a disadvantage. Vladimir Safonov pressed the button on his tablet and made a deduction. But now you can tell how beautiful it is. Very beautiful. I also love this orange elements in this weather. It looks fiery. Okay, so we're waiting for the results. Touch and go 2 is not that obvious, you know, because the wheel turned out and the position of the wheel was absolutely parallel to the touch and go line. And it's hard to tell whether there was a touch or not. But let's remember our golden rule. Everything that is doubtless is interpreted in favor of the driver. And this, I believe, is absolutely fair. This is the correct position. We don't have any comments from the judges. But the results are supposed to appear very soon, and we can't wait to see them. Denis Migal is already... only 1 point lost in Sector 3. That is the improvement. The clear fourth sector, the line is still the maximum. And so what is that? And the angle and the style are also very close to the maximum, but still there is a little gap. So this makes a total of 96. Yes, there is improvement after 92.5. We say bravo, Nikita, that was great, and congratulations on the 5th place. Even though this is an interim result, this is still great. Denis Migal, who still has to correct some of his flaws, analyze them and try to eliminate them. Let's see whether he succeeds. He represents the city of Moscow and the team called Fresh Racing. Toyota Supra is running on its short running part of the track, and now he's already in sector number 1. He makes a transition to the inner touch close to the no-go zone. Cool. And then I think that he hits it at the third sector, which sometimes lets the drivers down like this, and he avoids touch and go number 6. And wow, this is a very seldom situation when touch and go 7 is not taken. And then everything is falling apart. Yes, this is very sad to see. Something is broken, but I don't know what exactly is broken. This is one of the very typical situations in drifting. The tracks can be of 2 types. In one type of the tracks, you can make a little flaw in the line and then correct it and not lose anything. And in the other type of the tracks, you cannot afford doing it. Here, the entire success of this configuration is founded in around touch and go 3, because this is where Denis Migal slowed himself down and then he tried to regain that speed by sacrificing the angle, but it looks like he failed to do so, and then he misses touch and go, and the angle has to be medium, which is not more than 55. But even if it's more, then you cannot stop there. But this is exactly what he did. He slowed down where he was supposed to accelerate. He did accelerate, of course, but he did it later than he was supposed to. And of course, it will be all seen in the score for the third sector. Then there were some bad things in touch and go 6. And it looks like this run will be not something that Denis has been counting for. And here there was too much of angle, too much. It was 72 kilometers per hour. 75 degrees was the angle. There is a direct proportion. They are getting in a sort of a counterphase. Now, Anton Kozlov is preparing for his second run, and we're waiting for the scores of Denis Smigal. So we're waiting, but we're waiting without big excitement, because we know that we're not really gonna see something that he is gonna be in top 32, but there is no excitement, because this is not about winning the qualifying, but this is not about losing it completely as well. So whatever it is not gonna change anything in the total qualifying protocol for Denis. And of course, he's going to have an opponent in top 32. But let me remind you that last year, Denis Smigal was a real nightmare of Arkady Tsaregradzev. This year, Arkady Tsaregradzev got 2 victories, and he is regaining it back. But I mean that nothing can be good or bad for you. You can never know. You never know how the stars come for your opponent. You don't know how his car would feel. You don't know what's going to happen. You never know. So you just have to tune yourself for the battle, regardless of who you're going to meet. So a half of the drivers after top 32 will go back as spectators. This is inevitable. But what is delighting is that the qualifying is getting competitive, and we've got to a full top 32 at last. And this is a maximum of 81 for the first run. 86 was the previous result, and this means that 86 result remained the best performance of Denis Smigal. Okay, we continue. Anton Kozlov, his first run was 94.5. That was very productive. And 94.5, yes. And then we will see. We will see. The nearest future will show it all. The vice champion of RDSGP 2023, two-time winner of the Junior Series, that has already changed its name, but he is still the champion. And this is the second run, second sector, touch and go 3. Yes, check. And this is the third one. And what is it now? How can he handle it all? He is still having problems with the line, with the same white line. That is a Rubicon that everyone is trying to cross. He was trying to slow the car down with the left foot. You could tell that the smoke was appearing from the front wheels, but he finished the 5th sector quite well. So in general, it's very similar to the previous run. So let's see how similar it is, or it is not. This far, they look absolutely identical. But here in the second run, I think he was better in the 4th zone. He pushed his car a little better, and then he pushed himself outside more actively. And the question is about touch and go 7. At least this is what I have to say. And I hope that we will see it now better in all the details. This big angle in the inner touch and go doesn't hold Anton Kozlov back. He still feels very comfortable as he is bringing his car back to the correct line. Here. But why so? Is this the vector? Is this the vector? Perhaps. He's trying to push away from the outside edge of the track, but for some reason the car just doesn't want that. There's inertia, that's too much. And to get rid of inertia, you've got to increase the angle. And if it doesn't work, then you've got the combination of factors that you cannot do anything with. You will still be flying outside. And that's it. And the line that everyone is trying to run along, it is... You don't have to. You don't have to be that close. During the practice, we could see everyone running into that line over and over again. because the drivers were still looking at the line, trying to control their position in accordance to that line. But to get to the right vector, you need to see where you're going, not to the line. And then the drivers and their spotters finally decided where they need to look and what is it all for. And they started performing better, even though for a while it looked like there was some common mistake, like everyone was too much carried away by the same thing. Perhaps the problem of these ultra-modern autodromes is that all the milestones are quite far away from the racing track, and it's hard to find the milestones. Okay, so the third sector once again, and the wheel outside. Sector 1 and 4 with no complaints. Yes, everything is traditional and everything is clear. And this makes a total of 93 points. So there is no improvement for the second run, and he's got the final result of 94.5 points. Okay, here we proceed. Another guy who joined the 90-plus club, Sergei Kuznetsov from Avtoban IMO. And by the way, he's still a candidate for being the leader of the qualifying, because he's got a 95.5 point run. If he can get something better than 97, then he becomes the leader of the qualifying. But to get this, he's got to overcome himself and his opponents. Let's see whether he succeeds or not. Now, Sergei Kuznetsov is already in the third sector. Oh, whoa, 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 no, it looks like he doesn't reach touch and go 6, and touch and go 5 was on the edge. Touch and go 7 is taken, but it's not a consolation, because 2 very expensive clips were missed by the driver from Samara. But you could see the idea, but the ideas are always beautiful. If we were competing in ideas, I think that we would all be champions, including ourselves. I think that if it was about the ideas, that I would be the champion for sure. Anyway, looking at how Sergei Kuznetsov is directing his car, the vectors, he was always almost there. Almost there. I don't even know what was holding him back. Maybe he made a transition too early, and maybe too much of brake, because you could tell what happened during the transition. If he shifted a little bit, half a meter wider, it would have been a perfect run. A perfect run in the third sector, and if he's penalized for the line and not penalized for the style, well, it's not possible, of course. This is just fantasizing. But this is still an interesting combination anyway. I'm just interested in how the judges see it, because we are here all for the drivers. We want everyone to be successful, and sometimes it brings us to a situation when we are, too much. We support the drivers too much. Maybe in Touch and Go 5 it also not very good, but here there is some space for interpretation. Then in Touch and Go 7 there was a big gap between the rear line and the rear wheel and the line. I wonder what the judges say, especially Stanislav Dolgich. Maybe he even got Touch and Go 5, but I cannot tell. The third sector, I think that Anton Novikov saw the correction and registered it. This is a very common problem. Many drivers have it. Maxim Grossman is already waltzing around in the burnout area, and we continue waiting for the results of Sergei Kuznetsov. 95.5 was his previous result, and I would really like... Yes, he took the 5th one, but he didn't take the 6th. And this is minus 3 point penalty for Sector 3, not as dramatic as it looked. But once again, our expectations were higher. It made it all look more dramatic. But if not that unfortunate TG6, the picture would have been much better. But even now, 93 points, it is still great. I mean, it was, 97 was really coming. He was really going for 97. He could have become the leader of the qualifying. But, this imperfection of the line doesn't always ruin it all. If you are not hitting something, just continue, just go on, just show that you are controlling the situation. You just made a little mistake at a certain moment. This is Maxim Grossman representing Irkutsk on board his Toyota Mark II. The first sector, touch and go, and the transition that we saw previous time, quite a good one. And now this is time of the third sector, and that big challenge, touch and go 5, touch and go 6. It looks like Maxim Grossman is hitting it 2. He makes a transition to fourth sector, and then there are 3 more clips to go. There is a problem with 1, and I think that I have some question about the next one. 3 wheels remained within the track, and that is really so. But now let's enjoy it once again. Enjoy this beautiful replay. Once again, in the first run, Maxim Grossman had 94 points, and everything looks very similar in 2 runs. In the third sector, I think he was a little bit more careful with the accelerator. I couldn't see both pictures at the same time. But Maxim managed to avoid 1 mistake, but he made another. But this is a energy preservation law. And I have a little question about the next one. But here is also, this is an interesting moment when he seizes gaining angle and then he makes a transition. Oh, and here is also on the edge, right on the edge. But as we say, Maxim likes risk. You cannot achieve anything in drifting without risk. You've got to risk it, especially when you've got 94 points in your asset. What else can you do but risk? You've got to get a better result, and you cannot be satisfied with what you've got. Sky is the limit, and you don't want to go worse than you used to be. We are always trying to achieve something better, and we also haven't heard anything about Andrei Astapov. Yes, so he is going to the health group, but what exactly happened and how the team is doing, we still don't know yet. But maybe we have a little break to ask Andrei about his destiny, because the white lines are erased pretty much, and maybe they need some refreshment. This is what we do after every 2 groups, because when the top drivers, the leaders of the personal standings, are competing, it is always very important to see all the lines clearly. And what I want to tell you about this number 6, the green one. This is a know-how that we tried in Nizhny Novgorod. And now the judges are watching another replay whether he could get touch and go 6, because we have all the same doubts. They want to see how many wheels were outside and how far outside it was. Oh, this is -2 in TG2, in TG10, sorry. So this is what our innovation, which is put in the burnout area for the participants to know when to begin the burnout and when to get to the start after the burnout, to make sure that everyone comes on time. And it is also done to save some energy of the people, because of course you can put a marshal with a flag, but we are using more and more devices, we're using more and more technical solutions. There are a lot more and more diodes serving Russian Drift Series for the convenience of the drivers. And there is that cube that lights up in case of a false start. And we think that we can introduce a new award for the false starts. Okay, let's write it down. Kidding. Okay, so the score is okay, but there is no improvement. This is 90.5. This is how risking works sometimes. Sometimes it takes you where you want to get, and sometimes it doesn't. And now, well, finally, sooner or later, it will work. Now, Roman Tivadar, also, 89 points are okay. He qualifies for top 32, but I'm sure he will do everything to get as much as possible, because current rank 20 is far from his actual ambition. I think it's far from what he's used to get. And habit is a great thing, and if this habit brings you to better performance, this is also good. But okay, so whatever. The Roman Tivadar is already in touch and go 2, and he's doing very well. And finally here, unfortunately, it's not as clear. Third sector transition, and he is failing to press the accelerator pedal at the right moment. And this also brings him to the loss of some score. And in the last sector, he also has some difficulties. Doesn't really look like Roma. He doesn't look like Roma, but, you know, honestly speaking, in my love for analysis, I cannot find any reason to criticize him. On the other hand, it may all change in some other configurations. Because in Nizhny Novgorod, it looked like Roman Tivadar didn't feel at ease as well. Even though I rode him with him as a passenger and it looked okay, but maybe the others still were a little better. I think that Roma loves higher speed configurations, more Japanese style configurations with a lot of inertia and everything. And his car is always very good at such configurations, especially in forward when all the 3 cars were similar. It was interesting to see how differently the drivers approach the settings. Roma's car used to be very smooth all the time. That was something, you know, Japanese in the best meaning of this word. And the slower configurations are not his style. And this configuration is pretty slow, which makes us slow whether we put it on time here, because we're coming here back later for the final stage and to choose the champion. It will be in September, and September is a colder season. And but what about the Indian summer? Well, still don't know. Still don't know. Okay, so golden autumn, the Indian summer, all that beauty and everything. Of course, we can't wait to see it all. But let us not jump to conclusions, because last year, of course, we had summer, but the weather was much worse than now. But at least we saw the horizontal rain for the first time in our lives. Okay, so this is 2-point penalization for one wheel, and some penalization in Sector 2, Sector 3, Sector 5. Now let's see the total sum of that, and then the track will be prepared for the last group, and therefore we will see some commercials. This is 92.5, and I remind our audience of the stands that we've got a lounge zone of Yandex food service, and you can order food right to your seat. So use your Yandex Food application, pen your location and follow the instructions.
Если радио, то максимум.
Закажите доставку прямо на трибуну в приложении Яндекс.Еда.
В этом сезоне главная интрига — то, что у нас впервые есть легкая машина в умелых руках.
Команды ищут лазейки какие-то в регламенте.
Как близко, Антон, как
Ничего нельзя сделать.
Мы будем делать все, чтобы стать чемпионами. И если команда-дебютант действительно станет чемпионами, это будет бомба.
Какой удар!
Происходит контакт!
Крутить надо машины и понимать, что мы крутим.
Тимофей, Антон Козлов, Чита Поповых. Они все зависают в автосимуляторах.
Легче едется даже, чем на симуляторе.
Можно судейский повтор и выход с дуги большой.
Для команды это, конечно, большая проблема.
Чемпион. И кто же чемпион?
Вы все время в движении? Читайте Автомейл.ру. Это портал про автомобили и для автомобилистов. Здесь все самые важные новости о машинах, премьеры и тест-драйвы, штрафы и полезные статьи с советами, путешествия и истории. Будь в движении. Заходи на Автомейл.ру и читай про главные автомобильные события.
So, my dear friends, we've got only one group of the qualifying participants left. The qualifying round of the third stage of RDS-GP 2024 is about to finish, and I hope we'll have a bonus track, the bonus run of Andrei Astapov. The mechanics are now fighting for this car, and during the break, you're all welcome to visit our service park, to go on a tour and ride a drift taxi. We know that it's pretty far away to walk, but you can always ask our staff. They will be happy to give you all the necessary information. Now, please meet the reigning champion of the RDS-GP, wearing his new beautiful overalls. And finally, all the drivers have changed their attires. And this is Georgy Chivchanin. His 400Z is doing his first run. The first sector is left behind. At a certain moment, I thought that the coach decided not to do any transition at all. But then he spun his car around, and it looked very dynamic. But that was a dangerous moment, because Gocha already knows that little pit. And yesterday, it happened with a replacement of a rear clutch. And now Georgy Chivchanin is already in the last sector. And I have a question about the one but last clip. But that was on the edge. I think it was more of a yes than a no, but I didn't really expect Georgy Chivchanin to narrow down the line like this. Now let's watch everything carefully, because it looked like he overdid it with the angle. He found himself outside the track. The third sector was quite well, and he runs through this slow part at a speed of 77 kilometers per hour. Then he speeded up not to 90 but to 103 kilometers per hour. That is really cool. And I think that it was due to that late transition in the inner touch and go number 2. The speed was 80, then it logically fell to 75, and then it rose again. So speed-wise, everything is really perfect. There was a small correction in TG6. The angle was around 76 or 77 degrees. According to the task, it has to be big. Well, it is big. Then the transition. And so angle-wise, Gocha is running according to the judge's task. And then he increases the angle even more. So everything is more or less fine, but the speed. But the speed and the wheel outside. These experiments with the rear spacing was done for a reason. Takayama Forward Auto has been experimenting, but well, this is a new platform, and new platform requires collecting a lot of new information, and I'm sure that Georgy Chivchanin wouldn't mind racing a lot. And he did practice with all the rookies yesterday, by the way, especially considering that he doesn't really like to practice in tandems with his opponents. But yesterday there was that atmosphere of friendliness and hospitality. But here, this is the question, whether he did take it or not. But I think that he did, because if we see his left rear wheel outside the track, the right wheel was where it was supposed to be. We are for RDS Grand Prix. Yes, this is correct. This is correct attitude. And to these guys, RDS Grand Prix consists of 6 drivers only. Yeah, okay, these 6 drivers, okay. Damir, Griha, Gocha, Shabanov, Losov, and Tsar. Yes, Shabanov is now on these posters. This is his only third stage, but he's already the leader of the personal standings, and he's already on the fans' posters. Okay, this is success. This is career. And while the old guys are competing for the top places, oh, wow. We haven't seen anything like that. -2 for the wheels. And only third sector. Only third sector that is faulty, and that is -4, -6. Okay, so now this is 94. 38, yes, everything is very feng shui. This is 94, but this is just the beginning of the fun. The fun is just getting started, the beginning of the last group, but we still keep in mind that there is also Andrei Astapov, and we can't wait to see him. Andrei Astapov said that he would make it, so let's hope so. This is always welcomed. We really like this attitude. Timofey Dobrovolsky, the last year's configuration winner. But now here he is, Timofey Dobrovolsky, and I think that this is the first person who tested that little pit in the third sector. Now he's working through touch and go 2, touch and go 3, and this is the third sector with little gap. Yes, this is not where you're supposed to go. And then finally he has to push away up the touch and go 7, and he runs into the fifth sector, but maybe he overdid it a little bit with running into that sector. I think that the line was a little bit too wide. He was so active trying to get in sector number 5 that he broke its limit, broke its edge a little bit, but we will see it more on replay. We will see what happened to touch and go 2. This is an important part because it is not that simple. It is different. He tried to take a trip outside the track, but this was just an attempt because it's not proven yet. He did it proactively before touch and go number 5. He looked out there and then he pushed away. That was very spectacular to watch. This is the first suspicion. And come on, come on, come on, go, 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 go. It is all dark. I don't see anything. I think that the corner, perhaps. I think he did catch the corner, and Timofey is very fast at the finish, and he's very good at the run-in, and his speed is rising very actively from 77 at the minimum point to 103. This is cool. This is cool, but the only thing that puzzles me is the 69 kilometers per hour after touch and go number 2. But okay, let's leave it. Let's leave it, because then we can continue all that induction. But we don't really want to get there, because we have seen 80 there. But judging by who I can see in the burnout area, I think that the main qualifying specialist is coming. The Miridiaturin. I want 100 from you, it says. Well, in fact, Evgeny Losев once gained 100 points here, but that was a different configuration. But the Miridiaturin has already made us happy. That was his 10th qualifying victory, and no one has won more qualifyings than him. Can we call him the qualifying expert of our champion? No, he didn't take it. Yes, -3 for TG2. So, okay, I think that the judges know it better. And there is a little bit for commitment, but the angle, the maximum for the angle, style is close to the angle, and that makes a maximum of 94.5. Half a point better than Gocha. And as far as Damir Daturin and his 10 victories in the qualifying are concerned, the second place is shared by Georgy Chevchan and Evgeny Losев, who have had 8 qualifying victories each, even though they've got lots of victories, lots of other victories. So this qualifying competition is a separate discipline. Damir Daturin, the triumphant of the previous stage, who's got 2 sticks out of the 3 gained by his team. And that was a very nice angle out there. Maybe that's the body kit that works this way, but the impression is amazing. And then the third sector is already underneath the wheels of the Supra. The Miridiaturin is pressing the right pedal, is sliding along the white line into sector number 4. And here we will have to analyze it again during the replays. And the Miridiaturin is sliding along the outside edge of the track and finishes his first attempt. Angle-wise, everything might have been very good, but on the dark wheels you don't really see it very well. But here, there was a handbrake. The unfortunate handbrake and the anti-lag that went off at this moment, and the smoke, Apart from the maintenance, now the cars of Fresh Racing now have electronic manifolds. But we've got one Siberian guy who was let down by his electronic manifold at his domestic home stage. But after that, Forward Racing completely moved to usual manifolds, because mechanical things don't break as often as electronic things. That is a well-known fact. I really like the eyes of the Mirdiatulin as he is running through this sector. He looks maybe not shocked, but scared, but he has very widely open eyes like this. It's amazing. We are now getting back to the qualifying stage. Everyone take a breath, take a deep breath, breathe in, breathe out, but here there's no doubt. By the way, the Mirdiatulin simply worked this for the inner touch and go by taking the outside touch and go. But was that the rear wheel in the TG7? That is a very good question. And Sector 5 should just... Sector number 5 deserves being hung on the wall in a frame. And now we can see Grigory Gusev, who had a very nice sketch on his social media, a picture of his car, and says, today they will let me drive. It looks like someone cannot let him. Or his mechanics can say, you go away, we'll do our business. Well, these are the 3 points, and this is a 2, and this is only half a point. Only half a point spoil that third sector. Vladimir Safonov, come on, be merciful. Be good. Don't be that mean. Oh, he will save it for the second attempt because you need some margin. 25. Oh, come on. 30 and 70. It makes a total of 92.5. Of course, this is a good result for the first round, but he's 15th. Anyway, and this is this -5. What if it wasn't -5? What if it was 97.5? But that's too much of subjunctive mood. Grigory Gusev, by the way, is also one of the drivers who has deserved some compliments from the judges yesterday for a very nice handling of his E92 in the third sector. But now it's time to show the same thing in the presence of the public. And of course, under the cameras. Now this is a different thing. This is touch and go 3. This is sector 3. Yes, he takes it. And this is the way you do it. But without handbrake, it would have been a bit better. And press the accelerator a little early, and then it would have been perfect. The fourth sector. And now the driver from Nakhodka skips one touch and go. But we warned you. We warned you that everything that is happening at the finish has to be laid somewhere in the middle or even at the beginning. This is exactly what happened. Everything that happens in the finish stays in the finish. So, Grigory Gusev, a great fan of big angles. Big lover of big angles and big physically and just big in all other possible ways. And this is a nice run, but on the other hand, it's not a wow thing. And he missed one touch and go. Yesterday, he did it better. And why I'm saying so? Why? I'm sorry for being that critical. Maybe I'm too emotional and too critical. But yesterday it was like super wow. And now I don't feel the wow. And why so? Because this is the scored run syndrome that begins working. Everyone has nerves and stuff. And this is not even about nerves. It's just about being more serious about what you do, about more attention to details when you just have to let it go. Because when you are practicing, you don't have this limit of attempts. You know that if you don't do this one well, you can try one more time. Your tires are over, take another one, and that's okay. And here you've got 2 rounds only, and that's it. And you've got whatever you've got. And what an interesting farce with this ducktail that makes these ears or horns that appear from behind. Oh, wow! First of all, it's all super cool. TG9, that was skipped -3, but the rest. Once again, I see that the magic of angles, it really exists. And this is not the magic that you would like to see often. 95.5 and plus the 3 that you could have had. We count on you, Grigory. Dmitry Yermokhin doesn't, but we do. Arkady Tsarigradsev is now on the start. The newly created, modeled, and virtually tested CFD, Nissan Fire Lady Z, and let's see what happens now. Okay, so here we begin. This is the first qualifying round of Arkady Tsarigradsev. He's working through the first sector. He's jumping into the next one. And now the most expensive of the clips. And that was a transition. And here a little bit earlier you should have pressed it, but even this way it was very spectacular. The 4th sector is over. Now sector number 5 is on the agenda, and this is interesting. This is something to talk about. And this is the problem, that this is the conversation when it begins when you lose the gift of speech. You are speechless, because Arkady is running differently style-wise, but at the same time it's amazingly cool. And he is also mind-blowingly fast. He's so diabolically fast. So Arkady Tsarigradsev and his team managed to create such a vehicle that defies the laws of physics. The inner touch and go is almost 80 kilometers per hour. Then a little loss to 75, and then back again to 90. This is unreal. This is called 77 after touch and go 5 and 6. Then a little reduction before the entrance to the 5th sector, and closer to the finish he gains more speed to 132 kilometers. So it's what? A little comment from Anton Novikov, who says that it was the best performance. Grigory Gusev showed the best 3rd sector performance. But this is a little retrospective. But now I think Arkady Tsarigradsev can really argue with that. Wow, 3-wheel drifting. Oh, no, it's not a 3-wheel drifting. It's still on the ground. The front suspension has enough stroke. Wow, but it was so mesmerizing. This is a mesmerizing Z. This, it rocks and goes, exactly as we said. This is... But, you know, Arkady Tsarigradsev has already won the YouTube on it. Okay. And by the way, Arkady Tsarigradsev won the very first qualifying in the history of this venue. Oh, yes, this is a very important step. This half a point. Where is it? I think I can hear it. And this is 99 points. 99 points, Arkady Tsarigradsev in the first run, and I think that Arkady is like, where is it? What else can I do better? But, well, just because, sorry. This is just for you to grow. There was a little correction in the inner touch and go, that half a point, and in the 3rd sector, I have no idea. Whatever, Yevgeny Losev, who has got 8 qualified victories. Fresh Racing team is on the first line of the team's competition, and Yevgeny Losev is in the second line of the personal competition. Yevgeny Losev, another Supra A80, the same livery, and he is beginning his qualifying run. Yevgeny Losev is running into touch and go 3, and immediately he finds himself in the 3rd sector. Here there was a little hesitation for less than a second. But then it was all changed by the smoky curtain. And then the 5th last clips, and this is the finish. Yes! And this color of the discs, you can easily get the moment of pressing the accelerator pedal. And we will, of course, watch a replay. The handbrake was there after the first touch and go. I don't know why, what for. Because without it, I think it would have been fine as well. Then he pressed it and he let it go again, pressed it and then let it go again, and you can still tell because the car reacts. And Arkady Tsergratsev also pressed the handbrake, and this was the reason of this half-a-point deduction. This little trifle was the reason why there wasn't the 100 points. So now we know, Dear judges, supply us with the information as fast as they can. Thank you, guys. Now it's clear. But I mean that we, together with the spectators, thanks to that information, now it is all clear. Of course, Yevgeny Losev is a great thinker of our reality, and I'm sure that his real wisdom is yet to be understood. I know we are also out of schedule. I hope that we will begin it more or less well. We've got a leader of the personal standings, and his name is Artyom Shabanov. He represents Time Up. 2 stages in the career of this guy, 2 podiums. And he was the second, he was the third. And this is the result of Yevgeny Losev. And now we are about to witness a real fight for the victory in the qualifying. Dmitry Yermokhin was good, but it looks like the icons are about to change. This is 98.5 points, and this far he's second. But just like Arkady, he's got another run to do. And these are some very, very sharp angles. Not that much space for maneuver, but these are top drivers, so we expect that beauty from them. Artyom Shabanov, once again the leader of the personal standings in his Supra A80. Another one, Supra A80, but now wearing a more classical look. No more top secrets. And the first touch and go by Artyom Shabanov. And he's already in the second sector, and this is a very nice angle. And it looked like he stabilized his car with his left foot. The third sector, and he's pressing the accelerator pedal really hard as he runs into sector number 4. And there's a little left to the end, and this is the last sector and the finish. Whew. Honestly speaking, I've seen lots of practice sessions of Artyom Shabanov, and I couldn't really understand how he's gonna... why he's running at this angle near touch and go 2. And I still haven't found an answer to this question, and I couldn't ask just because I can, maybe he would say, because his car can, and no one really complains, and I think that it doesn't really ruin the speed. These are the answers that we heard from Alexei Vakhtin when we asked him about his angles and stuff. Artyom Shabanov, well, let's see what... It was all very good. It was all very good. But if we take the most outstanding runs, the speed at the finish was 123, which is very good, but this is not the fastest we've ever seen. Why we pay so much attention to that? Because ourselves, the judges, studied the drift dynamics diagrams after the end of the practice day, and this difference in the speed is not a very typical picture. And it is hard to explain even with the new configuration, because we just came from Nizhny Novgorod, where the configuration was also new, but everything was closer. All these parameters were close. There was less difference. Of course, in the qualifying, you don't have to chase anyone, but the difference was not that dramatic. And it's interesting how it may affect the tandem runs, because you see, these are configurations of very different types in Nizhny Novgorod and here in St. Petersburg. In Nizhny Novgorod, there were long curves. There were quite a lot of transitions. We will get back to it later. Third sector, -2 points. And -1 in sector 4, which makes a total of 97 points for all the deeds of Artyom Shabanov. But how 97 points can be not impressive? Just so, he is fifth. He is fifth in the qualifying. Of course, there is yet one more run to do, and it can improve the situation, because we know that this is the third 97-point result. So let's get back. Why so? In Nizhny Novgorod, the curves and the turns were long and extended with more or less clear transitions. But here, there are lots of shorter turns and transitions. It's more rhythmic. This is a reincarnation of the Riazan at train international circuit. And this is why the drivers can behave differently. And this is a dramatic influence on... And Georgy Chevchan is doing his second run. His attempt number 1 was 94 points. And now it's time for improvement, no matter how weird it sounds, for a 4-time champion. A very sharp transition in touch and go 4. Another one, and Gocha presses the right pedal, and he's running to the 4th sector. A nice smoky curtain appears, and this is the 5th sector underneath the wheels, and no, he misses one clipping zone. This is -2, so I think that he is not a candidate for the victory. This is totally not a victory. But now he's more accurate in the 1st sector, that is for sure. Interesting. You can tell by the amount of smoke. You can tell that he was more careful. Then he became less careful. But there are gravel traps all around. But how could he do it? How could you? But this is a difficult thing to do. And absolutely no smoke coming from underneath the wheels of Georgy Chevchan at the beginning of the run. I just wonder how it influenced the speed. Maybe this is this about speed only? But it's 100 kilometers per hour near the second touch and go. At the transition to the touch and go, it was over 100 kilometers per hour. So I mean that spectacular and smoky doesn't always mean effective. And spectacularity and effectiveness are things that come from different reality. But sometimes they can go hand in hand, but sometimes, not all the time. But I feel sad for this element. But these are 2 points when you have to be aiming for 100. But generally, the run was very spectacular. But this is a grandmaster kind of run of Georgy Chevchan. Of course, sometimes he also has bad days. Let's recall the 2022 final in Sochi, when something very strange happened to Georgy Chevchan, and he had only one attempt. And this is -2 for the angle, and commitment -1, fluidity -2 in the 1st sector, so much. 3rd sector, we are well used to it, and then touch and go 10, -2, and the correction, and the correction in the 3rd sector. So this makes here is an inspiring piece of news. The car of Andrei Astapov is now back to life, which means that after the end of the 5th group, Andrei Astapov will join us. This is 90 points for Georgy Chevchan, and he's got 94 points as his best performance, and he's 16th. And now this is Timofey Dobrovolsky on the start. He is forward racing S15, and he's already better than all of his teammates in the qualifying round. Yes, Timofey Dobrovolsky unexpectedly becomes the locomotive of Takayama Forward Auto this season. And he is now preparing for his second run, where, of course, he will do his best to improve his performance. Even though the first run was also good, there's only half a point difference, and this is 14th versus 16th place of Gocha. That is the density, but he's got to climb higher, because otherwise you can get in something even worse. So now Timofey Dobrovolsky is now running to the 1st sector, and he's storming to the second, and he does a transition, the most expensive touch and go. Here it is, and then he gets more courageous and he gets more confident. He's already in the 3rd sector, and there are only 2 left. And here there is a missed shot. No, this wrong line continues, and he loses it south the track, and this is all lost. The entire line shifts to the right, starting from the 4th sector. And I don't know what the reason might be. It is hard to tell already. This is either lack of speed or maybe late acceleration, or who knows? Who knows? It's hard to tell. Touch and go 6, you could tell that he has angled down and lost the speed, and then he couldn't reach touch and go 7. Yes, this is how it happens. Everything is in place, but a tiny little mistake can cause some macroscopic consequences. Well, you cannot call it a microscopic mistakes because still Touch and Go 6 is there for a reason. It is there for a reason, and the middle angle is there for a reason. If you put the car in the middle angle, your front car would be looking into the next Touch and Go. And now you angle it down and you turn to the right angle to the track, and then there is nothing you can do about it. Your car just cannot do it. Cars cannot do it. And this is a three-wheel drifting. Or was it a... No, it's a shutter. This is just a shutter playing games with us. There are very few cars that do the three-wheel this year, because three-wheel in a curve, there are very few cars that can do it. One of them is the car of Anatoly Sherbak, and this is about the suspension adjustments. His suspension is set up in such a way that he doesn't have a very big stroke, and this is why the car rises on three wheels. And now we're waiting for the results of Timofey Dobrovolsky. I think that they're almost ready, and we will see it very soon. Damir Idiatulin, in the meanwhile, is in the burnout area. And we see the 9 on the screen. So, and this makes a total of 89 only. No improvement. There is no improvement, and he is now 14th. Positive news that I've got for you is that there is no one to push him down except for Andrei Stavov, perhaps, because all the others have already finished their performance, or they are considerably higher. Oh, there is Damir Idiatulin also. Damir Idiatulin can shift him down to the 15th place because he's got 92.5. Okay, so... But who knows? Who knows? Hard to tell. Okay, let's stop guessing. Let's stop guessing. We will see in the final edition of the protocol. This is Damir Idiatulin, his Toyota Supra. And the first Touch and Go when he collects it successfully. Now Damir is more careful with the angles, and now Touch and Go 2. I have no doubt that everything will work perfectly for him this time. And there were those 3 points of penalty. And now, in the meanwhile, Damir has passed through the third sector successfully, and the fourth one. And there's very little left to the very finish of this qualifying. The second run is now over. The speed is extremely high. This looked absolutely dynamic, very dynamic. And Damir has an amazing ability of doing these high-speed runs. But they look kind of regular. But I think that this is because of the smoothness. People from his team call him that he's like he's a slider. They call him a slider. But when there is no passion, when there is no struggle with the car, it looks very natural. Just looks the way it should be. It's like the circuit racing. If you feel like you are running very slow, you are very likely to go very fast. This is a very interesting paradox. On the ice, you can also feel it very well. If you're not struggling, if you're not doing too much, you are very likely to be running very fast. Damir Idiatulin. Oh, did it happen? Did it just happen? I wanted to ask. This is a very stubborn Touch and Go too. I worried about Touch and Go too in this situation because Damir in the slowest part had a speed of 77 or 78 kilometers per hour, and he had 127 by the finish. Everything was great. Everything was cool. The Touch and Go 2 was taken. Yes, it was taken. So in this component, Damir worked at his maximum. But what happened next? We are still waiting. We're still waiting. And Grigory Gusev is also waiting for the permission to begin his second run. And we are waiting we're waiting for some improvement, and I hope that we will see it. 95.5 was the result of Griha in the first run. And this is the result. -1.5. There is an improvement, but he let the gas go, let the accelerator go. This is 30-30 and 38.5. 98 0.5, and this is second place. And for the time being, this is second place. But he is running out from Yevgeny Losev. He is outperforming Yevgeny Losev. And this is getting more and more interesting. This is a great suspense that is on in the air. This is Grigory Gusev, who is about to begin. We've got 4 participants in the qualifying, plus 1 bonus track, Andrei Astapov. And this is Andrei Astapov's teammate, Grigory Gusev. Grigory Gusev, and his touch and go 1. Now he touches the border of the track in a beautiful way, but he decides not to go beyond, and he continues collecting clips one after another. That is aggression, and this is another transition, and this time without any handbrakes whatsoever. Extreme and pure drive and power shown by the driver from Nahodka. Unfortunately, there was a correction in the last sector, but it wasn't really significant. I think that he didn't even slow down. But let's now compare, because there are things to compare. Pure power, pure rock and roll. Absolutely. Because this is very cheerful, nice, and generous. And just look at that. How can you spin your car in such a way? This is, by the way, the longest car as in RDS GP. This E92 is even longer than the Mark II of Time Up team. By the way, the correction was also possible due to some little left foot braking, which is not prohibited by the rules if it doesn't affect the speed. Wow, that was a risk. That was a risk. If he made the smallest mistake out there, it would have been a disaster. And here he takes all the touch and goes right into touch and go 5. He presses the accelerator without waiting for any dotted lines. This is what the drivers said during the briefing. They said, we cannot do it. No, you can. This is exactly how you do it. Run in, throw your car in a deep angle and press it, press it, press it. But you see, we've got some wrong information coming from Grigory Gusev's car. It doesn't mean that it's not there. Of course, our judges have all the information because they've got Alexander Nechayev, the author of Drift Dynamic System, and he's got all the tools and all the necessary instruments. But we've got this simplified user version for those who are not very smart. Arkady Petrov, minus 1.5 for... Come on. This is the tiny correction. And this is -1 for the angle, -0. This was literally a 100 points run. Oh, God, it hurts to see. 98.5. And this is second place once again. He shifts Damir Yaturin 1 line down. But no one has shifted Arkady Tseregrazov. He still remains the leader of the qualifying this far. Who is there? There's also Shabanov, Losev, and Astapov. There are 3 more guys to compete with Arkady Tseregrazov. If Arkady Tseregrazov doesn't do something absolutely crazy, the 100 would guarantee him a victory, because no one has surpassed the 99-point performance. The task is clear. The aim is there, and the goal is visible. Okay, now Arkady Tseregrazov is running in. This is the most precious touch and go. Number 3, transition 1, 2, 3. This is the third sector, and he presses the accelerator at the right moment without any handbrakes. He runs in along the white line and reaches the touch and go 7. The last 5th sector, 1, 2, 3. Yes, this is the finish. I have a feeling that Arkady made a bet with someone. Like, I bet not only Freshwater can get 100 points, perhaps, but we will see. We will see, because let's just wait for the results. Let's just enjoy this beautiful run. And this is not the VR sound of the engine, I would also remark, because this is more of a racing sound, cool and racing sound. And VRs often sound like VQs, which is a little bit peculiar. But this is not the thing. The thing is that Arkady Tseregratsev was everywhere with a deep angle. At least visually, this is the way it looked. I've got only big angles for you, says Arkady Tseregratsev. Maybe he made a bet with someone. Maybe he dared someone. I bet I can run through it with a deep angle, and that's what he did. I dare you, says Arkady Tseregratsev. And this is some feast for my eyes, absolute feast for my eyes here at Igora Drive in the Leningrad Oblast. We are maximum close to stepping over the equator of this season. Next season, which will be held in Moscow. Yes, Moscow region, Ramenskoye district, ADM Raceway. This is going to be the next one. But still, we need to figure this one out here. We still have lots of questions and very little answers. We've got the qualifying to complete, top 32, where I'm sure we will see lots of interesting things. And tomorrow, of course, the main day, the top 16, where we'll get to the final. And new configuration is bringing us lots of surprises. And particularly, Nizhny Novgorod experience proved it. And let's recall the previous year, Moscow Raceway. Arkady Tseregratsev at 100 points is like Leonardo DiCaprio and Oscar. This is... Just look at that. This is -1. This is still a 99. This one loans up 1 point deduction for the big angle. For the big angle. Oh, come on. Did it cause any speed loss? This is the 30 for the line, 40 for the style, and 29 for the angle. 9999. Okay, so it looks beautiful anyway, and this is rank 1. And this result is still enough for Arkady to get the last, the ninth victory in the qualifying. And for no one to have any question, in the place where Arkady had a big angle, his car slowed down to 73 kilometers per hour, which compared to his first run was still a little bit too slow. But wait, what if Evgeny Losev gets 100 now? Because the 100 could change the situation. He has done it before, but in reverse. Evgeny Losev, fresh racing, Irkutsk Toyota A80. Toyota Supra A80. So why not touch and go 1? Some strange correction before that. And then a transition, and then it's very sharp, and here and here. He takes it again, and he presses the accelerator. And here he makes a transition to collect touch and go 7. And there's the last sector left, and another nice and sharp transition. And he has pedaled it so generously. Wow, Evgeny Losev, I think that they had equal score in qualifying victories. Arkady has 5, and Losev and Chivchan have 8 each. So that might be the 9th, but might that be? But that could be the 6th for Arkady. We never know. Let's wait for the results anyway. But still, let's just enjoy. There is what you can see it all. A lot of smoke. But would there be any spots on this sun? But if there are, maybe at the very beginning, the first sector, maybe that little movement after the first touch and go, and even before, was it a handbrake? Theoretically, let's be prepared for it, and if not, then we will celebrate. We will celebrate if it's considered to be a variant of normal. And generally, if it doesn't change anything, if this tiny handbrake doesn't... I think Stanislav Dolgich is having his best moment. Everyone is having 30 points for the line. Okay, he says, that's the end of my authority. In the 5th group, Stanislav Dolgich doesn't have any work to do. But generally, yeah, there have been lots of 30-point runs. So these transitions are absolutely mind-blowing, so brilliant. And with all the similarity of the cars, both Evgeny and Damir said that from the moment when they got to the same platform, the teamwork began. when one of them has certain observations and the other has certain observations, and then they combine them together and make the configuration that would be beneficial for both. This feedback is extremely important, the unification. In this group, we've got 2 secret Supras and 1 non-secret Supra, even though it's trying to hide behind the banner of our general sponsor, VTB Bank. So, in the meanwhile, the judges are still thinking. They're trying to find something. They're taking microscopes and they're trying to investigate. Once again, there is a reason to research, to study. And this is, come on. Oh, come on. Instead of 1 deduction, they divided into 2 and they distributed. And this is about the angle. Anton Novikov absolutely doesn't want to give anyone the 100. So as a result, after 2 results, Evgeny Losev loses half a point to Arkady Tseregradzev. So 99, Evgeny Losev is second in the qualifying. But everything can change a little bit because there is Artyom Shabanov, the leader of the personal standings of RDSGP 2024 after the 2 previous stages. He hasn't got any qualifying victories yet, but it's never too late to start, because the rookies winning qualifying is something that we have seen before. This has been done by Timofey Dobrovolsky, for example, and Anton Kozlov also was one of the rookies who won the qualifying. Artyom Shabanov, in the meanwhile, is in the 2nd sector already. He represents Time Up team. Then he makes a transition to collect touch and go 3. And this is the 3rd sector. Then a little stabilization with it. Okay, and the tire goes off. Artyom is trying to run on whatever he has got. But, yeah, it's debited. Yeah, it's off. Or not. Because I thought that the tire was out of the chat. Or maybe it was some spark on the disc. Or maybe it looks so because there is a little opening in that fender. And you can see the tire through the fender. But after Timofey, who used to drive on debited cars, debited tires. But no, I was mistaken. Sorry, Artyom Shabanov just went for all or nothing. And how much is the pressure? It's like 0.3. But it's not even about the pressure. He seemed to have lost control. It seemed like the tire wasn't off, but there was some sort of hesitation that reinforced the general impression. The angle in touch and go 2 is over the top once again. How many millimeters were there between the wheel and the asphalt? Don't know. Yes, the pressure is very low. The pressure is extremely low. You can tell what is happening to the tire. Yes, it is. You see, it's springing, almost like in drag, but plus or minus something similar. Yeah, something similar to drag. It is. At the same time, it is rubbing very violently against the asphalt. But most importantly, this is almost an unchaseable run. But just for general, this does look like an unchaseable run. Let us just see how much speed was left there. It was 55.5 kilometers per hour. This is below all the acceptable limits. This would be impossible for a chaser to work through. This is unacceptable, but it doesn't mean that Artyom Shabanov is having any problems. It just means that he wanted to risk it and he failed. And Anton Novikov also confirms our suggestions. Really, that was a critical deceleration with the angle. And of course, a chaser would not have been able to work through it. The chaser would simply have crashed into him. This is a 0. This is a 0 for the second run, but 97 is a very good result. But, well, this is top 10 anyway. This is him, Andrei Astapov from Lukoil Racing Drift Team. And you know who worries the most? Boris Abramov and his entire team. And they are 5 people, and they are now very nervous. They are now very nervously watching everything that is happening. The BMW E92, the same car as Boris Abramov, of course, different edition. But Lukoil Racing 15, Andrei Astapov has got only one run, and he's got to do it better than 80 points. I'm sure this is something that he can do unless the car is against. But, well, this is nervous. This is very, very exciting. This is Andrei Astapov and his E92 that was brought back to life by mechanics. So I want to thank the mechanics with all my heart for bringing him back to us. And this is crazy responsibility on the shoulders of the driver. We know he can do it, but he's got to do it in one run with a guarantee. The most difficult part of the run is already behind, and now he is already doing the transition into the last sector. And this is -1 3-point clipping zone, but this is the only rough mistake he has done on the way. Also, Andrei Astapov missed the touch and go, and I was so sad to see it. But, well, let me humbly say that I believe that this is an 80 plus, because it does look so, and I didn't see anything critical in it. This is not a 100, of course, not even 100 -1 clip, because we have seen 99-point runs. This is different. This is somewhere around 90-ish, maybe. Something like 25th in our new reality. I don't know where you can get with 90 plus. Okay, so let's see. This was the last qualifying run for sure. And this is time to draw conclusions. We are 1 hour out of schedule. Okay, so at 4 p.m. we were supposed to begin the opening ceremony. So, of course, this information is for all who are here on the stands. And the others will see it in record. Then the parade, and then a short autograph session, and then we will begin the tandem runs. And we are still waiting for the results of Andrei Astapov, which hasn't been announced yet, and I hope that we will see it very soon. And this is it! This is very good. This is perfect. Just look at Sector 3, only half a point deduction. We haven't seen it for a long time. And by the way, if not the touch, it would have been just super cool. 27, 29.5 and 38.5. And the total is 95 points. And where is he? He is 14th. 14th. And he outruns Timofey Dobrovolsky. And I suspect, and it might be approved, I know that the qualifying results are all preliminary, and we all must repeat it over and over again. That this is a massive result of 99. The Arkady Sergratsev is the winner of the qualifying. Evgeny Losev is the second. Grigory Gusev is the third. Then comes Demir Diatulin, Dmitry Ermokhin, Anton Klemko, Artem Shabanov, and Ilya Popov rounds up the top 8. With the same score, Nikolai Gorkovenko opens the second 8. Then come Nikita Shikov, Leonid Schneider, Sergei Kuznetsov, Anatoly Sherbak, Andrei Astapov, Anton Kozlov, and Timofey Dobrovolsky is the 16th with 94.5. And then comes the 17th, Maxim Grossman, who saves Takayama Forward Auto from the intra-team derby. Gocha is the 18th with 94 points. Then comes Alexei Kozlov from Antivadar, Alexander Abramov, Vladislav Yerofeev, Denis Sarakaput, Ilya Polishchuk in the 24th with 90.5 points. We've got 24 drivers in the 90-plus club. And this is not it, oh my God, because the 25th is Vladislav Popov. Then comes Artem Leitis with 90 sharp, and Anton Dmitrienko. And only from the 28th place we got those who got less than 90 points. Grigory Burlutsky, Alexei Vakhtin, Denis Migal, Sergei Sak, and Yevgeny Spirin is the 22nd. These are the drivers who passed the qualifying, and unfortunately, we are sorry for Boris Abramov, because someone had to lose, and he is left outside. That is very sad, but we knew it was inevitable. It had to happen. These are the rules. So, my friends, we will meet very soon for the opening ceremony, a short autograph session, and then we'll be back for top 32 of the third stage, RDSGP 2022.